హలో శ్రీనివాస్ గారు ఇదే కదా నాకు ఎందుకు ప్రశ్న సార్ ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఇండియా గారు శ్రీనివాస్ గారు
But sir, the last document responding sir.
సార్ నాకు ఎందుకు ప్రశ్న సార్ మాట్లాడు ఆడియో వస్తుంది సార్ ఆడియో వస్తుందా సార్
సార్ ఆడియో వస్తా సార్ మీ ఆడియో
క్లియర్గా వస్తుందా మరి ఓకే సార్
స్పష్టంగా ఉంది సార్ క్లియర్గా ఉంది
ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది కదా సార్ బాగుంది
బాగుంది సార్ బాగుంది కాదు కొంచెం అంటే డిస్టెన్స్ లో ఉన్నట్టు ఉంది సార్
ఓకే సార్ ఫ్రంట్ దగ్గర నుంచి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను సార్
కొంచెం చూసుకోండి సార్ అంటే డిస్టెన్స్ నుంచి వస్తున్నట్టుంది వాయిస్ మైక్రోఫోన్ నుంచి వస్తున్నట్టు అనిపిస్తలేదు అది ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి సార్
ఓకే సార్ రైట్
రైట్ సార్
ఇదే కదా కొన్ని
సైన్ బాక్స్ సార్
ఓకే సార్
ఇప్పుడు కొంచెం ఎక్కువ
వస్తుందండి
కొంచెం ఇప్పుడు మౌత్ పీస్ కొంచెం దగ్గర పెట్టి మాట్లాడాలి సార్
సార్ మౌత్ పీస్ దగ్గర ఉంటుంది యానిమేట్ లో ఉండండి
కొంచెం డిస్టెన్స్ పెట్టండి సార్
హలో
చూడండి సార్ ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది
ఓకే సార్ దగ్గరికి మాట్లాడతారు
సార్
మనకు వచ్చింది బాగా కదా
సార్ గౌతమ్ సార్
శ్రీనివాస్ గారు ఇప్పుడు ఓకే కదా
చాలా ఎక్కువ అంటే మాకు నెక్స్ట్ సరిగ్గా లేనప్పుడు ఎట్లా వేరే వస్తా వచ్చిందా శాస్త్రి గారు వాయిస్ అంతా
ఏం అర్థం కాలేదు సార్
నేను మాట్లాడలేదు సార్
మీరు మాట్లాడితే ఏం అర్థం కాలేదు ఇప్పుడు సార్
ఇప్పుడు ఓకే సార్
ఓకే సార్ రైట్ సార్
అది మన శాస్త్రి గారు మాట్లాడినప్పుడు
మీ నెట్ లో మా నెట్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది సార్ ఇది క్లాస్ ఉంది ఓకే సార్ రైట్ సార్ నాలుగు ఎవరిని పెట్టాడంటే వాళ్ళ ఎవరిని సార్ యాక్చువల్లీ అందులో
వాటర్ బాటిల్ డ్రింక్ బాటిల్ మీరు డ్రింక్స్ బాటిల్
Good morning, all of you. Women Vishakhapatnam, please respond. Women Vishakha.
Sir.
Good morning, madam.
Sir, am I audible?
Audible, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay, sir, thanks.
Good morning, sir. NRC Anantapur responding.
Okay, sir. Good morning, sir. Anantapuram. Audible, sir. NRC Kadapa.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, it is audible, sir.
Audible, sir. Okay, sir. Fine. NRC Kakinada.
Responding, sir.
Responding, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good
Srinivas.
morning, sir. Very good morning.
VS Krishna.
Good morning, Andy.
Good morning, Andy. NRC Rajamandri. Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, good morning. ఓకే సార్ ఆడిబుల్ సార్ ఆడిబుల్ బట్ మీ వాయిస్ కొంచెం ఒక్కసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంటూరు, ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంటూరు.
Good morning, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
Am I audible, sir?
ఆడిబుల్ సార్.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
ఎన్ఆర్సి నంద్యాల.
Sir, good morning, sir. GDC Nandiyal
morning, sir.
responding. Audible, sir.
ఆడిబుల్ సార్.
Voice clear, sir.
క్లియర్ సార్. పర్ఫెక్ట్.
Thank you.
ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి. శ్రీకాళహస్తి. Not audible, ma'am. NRC Srikalahasti. NRC Tadapalagudem.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Am I audible, sir?
Audible, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
NRC Tanuku. NRC Tanuku. NRC Guntakal. NRC Guntakal. Sir, not audible. NRC Parvatipuram. NRC Parvatipuram. NRC Parvatipuram. Please respond. Please mute your audio. Sorry, unmute your audio. NRC Parvatipuram. మాట్లాడండి మేడం ఇప్పుడు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసి ఉంది మాట్లాడండి పార్వతీపురం ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాకుళం ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాకుళం
Sir, we are there, sir. Good morning.
యా ఓకే మ్యామ్ పీవీకేఎన్ చిత్తూరు పీవీకేఎన్ చిత్తూరు
Good morning, sir.
యా గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్
Good morning, sir.
సార్ గుంతకల్ ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్ సార్ మీ ఆడియో రావట్లేదు గుంతకల్ ఒకసారి మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోండి
అవుతుంది సార్.
రావట్లేదు సార్ మీ ఆడియో రావట్లేదు సార్ రోజు మీకు ఆడియో ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటుంది ఒకసారి ఆ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ మొత్తం మార్చండి సార్ లేకపోతే DKW Nellore, please respond. DKW Nellore. సార్ లోగో వినిపిస్తుంది కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ పెంచండి DKW నెల్లూరు సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్ మీ ఆడియో బాగా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ రైట్ చేయండి సార్ సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి పార్వతీపురం ఎన్ఆర్సి పార్వతీపురం
Sir, responding, sir.
ఓకే మ్యామ్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్
Sir, I'm from NRC Parthipuram, sir.
మ్యామ్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మ్యామ్
Good morning, sir.
శ్రీకాళహస్తి, ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి.
హలో గుడ్ మార్నింగ్
సార్ నాట్ ఆడిబుల్.
హలో
ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి నాట్ ఆడిబుల్. ప్లీజ్ చెక్ యువర్ ఆడియో.
హలో హలో
ఎన్ఆర్సి తణుకు, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఎన్ఆర్సి తణుకు. SRR and CVR. NRC Vijayawada, please respond.
హలో ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి. హలో హలో
Yes, sir. SRR and CVR Vijayawada NRC.
ఓకే అండి, SRR ఓకే.
Okay, sir.
హలో
సార్ శ్రీకాళహస్తి మాట్లాడండి.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్. వినిపిస్తుందా సార్?
సార్ ప్లీజ్ కంటిన్యూగా మాట్లాడండి.
హలో వినిపిస్తుందా సార్? ఎన్ఆర్సి
వినిపిస్తుంది కానీ అంటే మీ ఆడియో అంత క్లారిటీ ఉండట్లేదు. సంథింగ్ ఎక్కడ కొంచెం ప్రాబ్లం ఉన్నట్టుంది, ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి అది.
ఓకే ఓకే సార్.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్, ఎన్ఆర్సి పార్వతీపురం.
పార్వతీపురం ఓకే సార్, పర్ఫెక్ట్.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంటకల్ సార్, ఈజ్ ఇట్ ఆడిబుల్ సార్?
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్లో మీ వాయిస్ ఎక్కడో బాగా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది సార్. ఎవరో మాట్లాడుతున్నారు అన్నట్టు వినిపిస్తుంది అంతే తప్ప ఆడియో అర్థం కావట్లేదు, బాగా లోగా ఉంది.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు కూడా అట్లే ఉంది సార్. హలో సార్.
హలో హలో
సార్ ఇప్పుడు వినిపిస్తుందా సార్? ఈజ్ ఇట్ ఆడిబుల్ సార్? హలో
హలో
సార్, ఈజ్ ఇట్ ఆడిబుల్ సార్?
ఎస్ సార్, ఇప్పుడు పర్ఫెక్ట్. ఒకసారి కంటిన్యూ మాట్లాడండి ఇప్పుడు.
హలో సార్.
ఓకే సార్, యా పర్ఫెక్ట్ ఉంది సార్ ఇప్పుడు.
మాట్లాడితే కనపడుతుంది.
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సి తనకు ఎవరు లేరా సార్ అక్కడ?
సార్ రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
సేపు ఉండదండి, 9:30 కాడ నుంచి ఏ టైంలో స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఇది అది కూడా అయిపోయింది.
NRC Pilar, please respond. Am I audible? NRC Pilar.
Just give me a second.
Sir, Pilar responding, sir.
Yeah, good morning, sir. All NRCs are requested. Please unmute your videos. Already the resource person has joined. Neeru Singh ma'am, good morning ma'am. Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Deksha ma'am, good morning ma'am. Over to you ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. So, Neeru ma'am, welcome again to the session.
Yes.
And today's topic, I think you will elaborate yourself. It's my growth mindset. And over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, everyone, again. And hopefully today we will have less technical problems. Um, uh, so I want to just explain to you before we continue with today's program that, the discussion we had the last time about self-awareness is very intimately connected with today's topic, which is the growth mindset. So, a person who is self-aware, right? A person who understands what is making them who they are, that person will be able to have a growth mindset, right? And before we go into the growth mindset, I want to tell you how important your thoughts are. Okay, your thoughts are extremely important because your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your character, and your character becomes your destiny. But it all begins with your thoughts, right? So your words and your thoughts are the basis and the foundation of almost everything that you are experiencing in your life. And this is something that is really, really interesting because it is also linked to how much you understand yourself. Are you aware of the kind of thoughts that are bombarding you every single minute? We have thousands of thoughts that go through our mind, and we don't realize how powerful our thoughts are. And if you have a positive thought, there's no problem. But many of us have thoughts which are based in limiting beliefs, right? And when I say limiting beliefs, these are thoughts that are something that you may have picked up as a child or as you're growing up, something somebody said to you, or even now in your workspace, your colleague might have said, which is not very positive, and you take it to heart. And because you take it to heart, it becomes part of your psyche and you begin to believe in it. So I'll give you an example. I know a young man who, when he was younger, when he was in school, one day, one of his teachers shouted at him and said, "You are terrible in maths. You are never going to do well in maths." Right? And the teacher was very angry with him. And this boy was a youngster. He was about 10, 12 years old. And he began to believe this. And, when you begin to believe these kind of negative thoughts, you start to look for evidence to prove it. So what began to happen? The next exam he had for his maths, he actually failed that exam. Then he had another exam. He did really poorly. And for about 10 years, when he was in school, this child, this boy, kept on doing badly in math. And he was convinced that he will never, ever excel in math. And then he joined college. And when he joined college, he met a professor who really inspired him. And when he really inspired him, and when he was inspired, then that inspiration led him to take maths again. And a few years later, now he's running his own startup. And the foundation of that startup is actually maths. Right? So every day he's dealing with numbers, he's dealing with mathematical concepts, and that is part of his startup. And he's doing fantastically well. Right? So many of us, most of us have these kind of limiting beliefs. And we collect evidence for it. Right? So somebody says something negative to us, we start believing in it. And it becomes a reality of our life because we are thinking it, then it becomes our words become our actions become our habits become our character, and it becomes our destiny. Then it becomes our destiny that I will never be good in maths. Right? So we have to understand that the words we use are very powerful. So for instance, you may believe that, oh, I am never lucky. Other people are really lucky. Right? Just by having a thought like that, you will never be lucky. But if you start your day in the morning with a few positive sentences, a few positive lines of gratitude. See, all of us are living a very privileged life. All of you are highly professionally educated and you have great jobs, right? So if you just start your day by saying, I am so blessed, I am so grateful, and start your day from there, then firstly, more positive things will happen in your life. But you will be able to see the change just because of using positive words. Okay. So I'm going to share something just now, but before I share it, let me explain it. See, all of us have some kind of negative patterns in our mind. These maybe have been created by something your parents said, something your professors or teachers said when you were in school, like in the case of this boy. Maybe something your friend said, right, which has really hurt you or gotten into your mind, right? We have to identify what are these negative patterns that we have. And believe me, everyone in this room, everyone who's in this participating has those negative patterns. So we are going to identify those negative patterns, acknowledge that they exist, and then flip them. Right? So I'm just going to share my, give me a second. Okay. So can you see what I have here? Right? This is
Yes,
an
ma'am.
example of this is an explanation of negative patterns, and the E patterns are empowered patterns. So the intention of this exercise is to identify your negative patterns and then convert them to empowered patterns. So each one of us has negative mental patterns that inhibit and stop us from attaining our full potential. It may be insecurities that come out of childhood experiences and are often related to how we ourselves view ourselves, to our own perception of ourselves. Thus, a child who has been criticized in school for not being smart enough can carry that thought with them into adulthood. Often, such negative patterns become the major stumbling blocks to achieving our dreams. So, this exercise that we are about to do is to help you to flip your most persistent and negative patterns. Okay? So, this is an explanation of what we are going to do. And I'm going to share again another one of the slides. Okay. So, for instance, you will see that there are a whole bunch of sentences written here. Maybe you relate to some of them. There is a potential for hundreds of such statements. Maybe the 10 which are on the screen do not necessarily reflect your negative patterns, but these are as examples. So you have a belief, you can have a belief that I'm just not good enough. I have no faith in my being able to attain my own goals. Right? I am not, I have to keep my distance in relationships because others will trample on my emotions. I can't change my job because people are dependent on me and I need to make them feel secure. These are just examples, right? I cannot know what is the reality in your life. Only you can make that analysis. So if out of these 2 days of discussion, you are able to only identify these negative patterns and understand, become more aware of who you are, I would have done my job, right? So I sit and introspect because nobody else can do this for you. Sit and introspect and find the negative patterns. Because just by finding the negative patterns, you have acknowledged that they exist, then you will have the ability to change them. So, what is a mindset? So, a mindset is created by such thought patterns, right? So, if your thought patterns are negative, your mindset will also be limited and negative. So, a mindset is a set of beliefs or attitudes that shape how you think about yourself and the world around you. So, it can be a fixed, and if it is fixed, then you are inflexible and you are not going to be able to grow. So, a fixed mindset is the belief that your abilities and intelligence are fixed and cannot be changed. People with a fixed mindset avoid challenges because they believe that failure is a reflection. Just a second. So they believe that if they fail, that is a reflection of their own abilities, right? They also tend to give up easily when faced with obstacles. So, for example, someone with a fixed mindset might say, I'm not good at this and I'm not creative, and that's it. I'm not going to do anything about it. On the other hand, a growth mindset is the belief that your abilities and intelligence can be developed through work and dedication. And people with a growth mindset tend to embrace challenges because they see them as opportunities for growth. They also tend to persist even when there are obstacles because they believe that effort is the key to success. So a person who has a growth mindset, if they are not good in math, they will say, I am not good in math yet. And if they are not creative, then they can say, I can learn to be more creative. So tackling the negative codes which we have acquired through our lives is essential to developing and maintaining a growth mindset. So, these negative codes are very deeply ingrained, and thought patterns are there which limit our potential. And I can tell you, people around us can give us very many negative messages, right? So I'll give you an example from my life, right? When I was preparing for the civil services exam many years ago, I had an aunt who was visiting me. And I was just like a regular college student, right? So she came and my mother, and she was talking to my mother, and she asked, what am I doing? And my mother said, she's preparing for the civil services exam. And my aunt looked at me and she said, why is she wasting her time with civil services? Thousands and lakhs of people sit for that exam. She came to me and she said, what makes you think you're going to get into the civil service? So many people try and fail. What is so special about you that you're going to get into the exam, get into the civil services? And I could have taken that to heart and I could have said, yeah, she's right. And I could have given up. But actually, something very opposite happened to me because I said, I'm going to show her this is ridiculous. How can she have so little faith in my capabilities, right? So I started to study, and of course, then I got into the civil services. But not everybody does that. You can feel very discouraged when somebody tells you something like that, particularly if it is told to you by somebody you respect. You can feel, put down, right? So I want to also give you another example from my life, right? I was in the IAS and I was working in Delhi administration. And that was the time when computers were being rolled out in the Indian government for the first time. So, we all were young officers at that time, and I really wanted a computer, not because I had any idea what a computer could do, right? But because at that time, when the computer came, your office also got an air conditioner. So the air conditioner was very important because Delhi is very hot, right? So we all volunteered to get the computer, but there was no training that was given to us. Nobody taught us how to use a computer. And once a day, my secretary used to come and she used to type some letters on that computer. And basically, she was using it as a typewriter, as a glorified typewriter. Then I got a job with the United Nations in Nairobi, my first job with the UN. And when I got there, the first day, after I was selected through an interview and written exam and blah, blah, the first day, my boss calls me, my supervisor calls me, and he said, there are these documents, you should read them. They're on the shared drive. They will, give you a background of what kind of work we are doing. And then at the end of the day, please do the following things and send me an email And I had a heart attack because I had no idea how to send an email, right? And I thought to myself, now I've failed miserably because I don't have these skills, right? So I went home. I was very upset. I told my husband, and of course, he's a very practical person. So he made a few phone calls and somebody came home to start teaching me how to use the computer. Now, 5 years after that, for my own organization, which was at that time UN Habitat in Nairobi, 5 years later, I was given the responsibility for rolling out an IT program, which was replacing all the manual administrative work for the organization. And I was leading that. So can you imagine the person who didn't know how to send an email? Now I was leading that program. And then fast forward 16 years, I was in New York and I was then given the responsibility of rolling out a similar kind of information technology program for 36 duty stations. Right? Now, I never thought that it was a big deal, but one day I was thinking about it and I realized, yeah, I mean, there was growth as far as I was concerned, because I went from not being able to send an email to being the leader for 36 duty stations within the UN system, right? So there's nothing special about me. That is not the purpose of telling you the story. The purpose of telling you the story is that we are all capable of learning. We are all capable of growth, right? And life is a constant journey of evolution and growth. I know all of you are very, highly educated people. You have a lot of degrees and you know a lot, right? But I personally believe that the whole journey of life is of continuous and continuous and continuous growth. I am no longer doing a 9 to 5 job, right? I am no longer working for an organization. I can actually sit at home very comfortably. But I believe that by interacting with individuals like you, I, as a person, am growing. I'm learning from you. And that is why I'm here, right? So I want to encourage you also to look at life not in a black and white manner, but in a manner that you also are growing and learning and evolving every single day. So going back to the negative codes, right? The first step about the negative codes is identifying them. So this is an activity that you will all have to do yourself. What are your negative codes? Once you have identified them, then rewrite them in a positive manner. Okay? So, for example, it is possible that somebody here has a negative code, which is, I'm too old to learn new skills. Right? Or I already know enough. So the positive way to write that is, it's never too late to learn and grow. My age and my experience brings unique perspectives and capabilities that can contribute to my journey of learning. So you need to talk to yourself to overcome these negative codes. You have to constantly be aware of how your mind is thinking. And whenever you fall back into the negative pattern, you have to pull yourself out of it. And how do you do that? You need to do that by surrounding yourself with people who have a positive influence on you. See, we can find a lot of negative people around us, but it is the positive people that will encourage you, the positive people from whom you can get inspiration, right? And you yourself, as professors, have to create that positive example for your students so that they develop a growth mindset, so that they become, inspired by you. So not only do you have the responsibility for your own sake to constantly learn and grow, you also have the responsibility for your students, right? Because they are, as we said last time, they are the future of this country. They are the future of this world, right? And they look up to you as their inspiration. They look up to you as their guide. So having people around you that are positive for your own sake and for your own growth is very important. If somebody is only giving you negative feedback, right? Try and not spend too much time with them because they are going to bring your energy down. They are going to bring your understanding and your capabilities down, right? So I'd like to stop here for a minute and I'll continue in a few minutes, but I would like to ask you if you have any questions so far. So I think there is Nellore, Guntur, Vishakhapatnam, Nandyal. Yeah.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm Ramesh Babu from Visakhapatnam GDC.
Okay.
Madam, I would like to say in an anecdote what you are saying now. There was a classroom. It was a high school. Teacher was giving a lecture. Suddenly, a boy stood up, shouted to the teacher, "Teacher, somebody has stolen my pencil." That was the saying of a student. Then teacher asked the students to close their eyes. Every student closed their eyes. And then teacher searched for the missing pencil. Finally, she got the pencil and came to her place, asked the students to open their eyes. And she gave the pencil to who lost its pencil. Some years later, the boy who stolen the pencil became an IPS officer.
I see.
After becoming IPS, he went to the teacher and he explained what happened in the class. Teacher, thank you teacher, because you didn't reveal my name. At that time, I felt so bad myself. Then I started positive thinking. I studied according to your lectures, what you gave me knowledge. Then I am an IPS officer, madam. He told like that. Then teacher said, my dear student, at that time, I too also closed my eyes. I don't know who really stolen that pencil. Now only you are the person who stolen that pencil. Here there are three persons. One person, the teacher. One is who person who became an IPS officer, who person who lost his pencil. Those who lost his pencil, he thought, whatever I lost, I should get it as in proper way.
Yes.
And who stolen the pencil, he thought that it should not repeat in my life. Then he became IPS. The teacher was there. He should not reveal any who stolen that pencil.
Right.
And in that environment, everybody, I think everybody behaved with positive mind. That's why everybody grows their mindset.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. That's such a lovely example. And see, this is the power. I'm not saying that people are going to be stealing in your classes, but this is the power that the correct decision taken by the teacher has impacted the lives of a person, a young person, in such a positive way. You know, that this is the power that all of you have to inspire the students that you have in your who are working with you, in your classes, right? Thank you so much for sharing that example. It is such a powerful example, right? And one in which a negativity actually can lead to such a positive result. Thank you. Do you have anything else you want to share, sir?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Madam, I'm Krishna Mohan from Vishakhapatnam.
Okay.
Growth mindset is possible to those who have an environment where they can really thrive to progress. If you look at the social composition and social reality, people coming from different social backgrounds carry a different mindset. When society opens the positive environment for them, then only they'll grow. If the environment is hostile, so the negative mindset with which they were grown in life, that will continue to withhold rather than giving up and positively take their journey.
So I would like to bring to your attention one thing that I have noticed in the last, I became an IAS officer many years ago, but now in the last 10 years, I have noticed that more and more and more young people from rural backgrounds, from extremely deprived backgrounds, right? Children whose parents are not highly educated, right? Those are the children and those are the people who are getting into the civil services today. Now, if you look at that young boy or girl who has grown up in a very, very humble background, probably never could afford to buy fancy computers and fancy phones. Probably the parents were struggling even to buy food and clothes for them, right? Now, these children are doing so brilliantly well, right? So for me, that is a perfect example of a young person from a very deprived background who has broken the stereotype that we have, right? That people who have not, gone to an English medium school, or children who have not had all the facilities given to them, can only they can succeed. These children have again and again and again broken the idea we have about what their capabilities are, because I truly believe every individual has the same amount of capabilities. It's also the state of your mind. For them to succeed in the civil services, they have to believe that they can do it. And
people coming from lower backgrounds also, they can perform well and they're very bright and they can learn things. But as long as the system allows them to grow, only it is possible. Only subjectively, I may modify my own negativity and positivity as an individual. But society, in the frame where he has to operate, if it facilitates only, then this modification personally taken should be nurtured in the public space. If society is hostile to the change, what is the percentage of students really performing well?
So, sir, I would like to say that that change that you are referring to is very important, and that change can come. Look at all these amazing, professors in this group, right? You have the ability to make that change happen. Each one of you, for your students, you have the ability to make it happen for your students. We cannot go and change everybody in society, but what we can do is start with ourselves, right? And I truly believe that your inspiration can lead youngsters to grow and reach their full potential, right? And at the same time, when you are inspiring these young people, your own growth is happening, right? So I think if we decide today that you are going to be examples for these students, you are going to help them in their challenges, right? So, for example, if you have a student who's coming from a small village and their parents have taken all the effort to send them to college and university, and they are literally counting their pennies to send them to school and college, it is our duty as elders, right, to make sure that that child is given all the encouragement and facilities that he needs to succeed. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
My point is, madam, as we are making efforts to improve the mindset to grow, government has to have a policy to change the environment and the institutions where it has to facilitate the people who are coming from lower ranks to prosper and be improved in the public space.
So, sir, explain to me what do you exactly mean by this? What do you think government should do?
Institutions in India are run by very few who are capable of certain skills and all. The people who are coming from lower ranks given jobs which lower relevance is lower with little relevance in the public space. All the efficient or the important positions are given to such and such people, and the people who are coming from these sections are kept into certain unimportant or irrelevant areas. So this gap is continuing rather than it will never be lowered. Only subjectively people can do to an extent. And the objective reality also changes only, then the subjective improvement will be sustained.
Sir, can I say one thing? I feel that your point is very well taken, but I want to make one point. We cannot change the world, but we can change ourselves.
But we have to.
But we change ourselves first and the world will change.
No, individual change is very limited, but institutionally and governance can bring broader changes where we can facilitate more individuals to be growing.
So, sir, I differ with you a little bit on this. The change that I am responsible for, that you are responsible for, that we can do, right, is change within ourselves and within the group that we are interacting with. And the other bigger change will happen when all of us make the change in ourselves.
My point is both should come together.
So when the change happens within ourselves, then the change will happen institutionally as well.
Yes, that's
Okay.
that's needed.
All right. Thank you. NRC Guntur?
NRC Kakinadama.
Yeah, okay.
You are right. Individual transformation is very much important. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Please go
yes. Individual transformation is more important than the next one. So transformation comes from the individual, as you rightly said. Even the scriptures, I would like to talk about the bodies which already in the Bhagavad Gita it is mentioned. This growth development mindset is your correct now. Sometimes we feel ourselves very friendly to ourselves. Sometimes we feel that we are ourselves against to our growth. So each and every circumstances it is rightly said, we have to think about and then we have to grow ourselves in each and every circumstance, where and where and whatnot. And also you mentioned about the another important thing that we have to adapt, avoid the people who are having all the time negative feelings. So for that, again, I would like to touch upon our last that who has mentioned about Satsangatvi Nisangatvam Nisangatvi Nirmohatvam Nirmohatvi Nischalatatvam Nischalatatvi Jivanmukti Bhaja Govindam Bhaja Govindam Govindam Bhaja Mudamati. How proper acts peace within us to have too. That means without any background, moving our mind to this side and the other side. So the first step is we have to learn agency. Always be careful and always avoid bad company. So just already we are having so much of culture in our Indian tradition that these things we are missing to tell our young generation people. And which our scriptures already have mentioned about our mindset and a lot of it. So thank you very much. I wanted to share, even in the last class, you have mentioned about us satisfaction. And then I would like to touch upon one other factor. Nowadays, nobody is having giving the chance to develop self-sacrifice. That is very much missing in this present world. So self-confidence, self-sacrifice, and then self-realization comes. So I'm just the other day itself I used to have, but today I'm adding. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas with you, ma'am. Right.
So I'm very happy to interact with you, madam, because what you have said is so beautiful. And if you can, and I'm sure you're doing that, impart even a part of this to your students, they will be very blessed. So thank you so much.
Yes, we have to add value education from childhood. A teacher every and then now the time has come even to add values to whatever that we are taking up in our various disciplines of our teaching.
Absolutely.
Whether it is mathematics or science or commerce or arts, whatever it may be. At the end of the session, I think value must be added.
Values must be added. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Totally agree. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Morning, madam.
And I think,
Morning, madam.
yes. Please.
Morning, madam.
Myself,
Yes.
NRC Nandyal.
Madam.
Myself, Gayatri, ma'am. NRC Nandyal.
Hello, madam.
Yes, I can hear you.
Madam.
Nandyal, ma'am.
I think let's do it one at a time. NRC Nandyal.
Nandyal, NRC Nandyal, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Madam, one small question, ma'am. So, life mindset, ma'am. So, there is a more thoughts, more emotions, and more attitudes, ma'am. And also the more work stresses and work conditions. How to we balance in day-to-day life, ma'am? Please explain once, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So you are right. We are living in a world which is constantly bombarding us with stress and constantly making a lot of demands on our time, on our, and we are feeling overwhelmed, right? Is that your question? Yes. So how do you balance? The balance is you have to spend time with yourself a little bit more. You have to work on yourself. So depending on a little bit of meditation, and now I'm not saying that it belongs to any particular denomination, right? Whatever is your belief, from that belief, you do some little bit of introspection, meditation, and you will get the strength to be able to balance between what are your demands and what are your capabilities, right? So this is very important, and I think all of us have struggled with that at some point in our life. It's a very valid question. Thank you for that, right? And NRC Tade Paligudam. Tade Paligudam. Huh?
Expectations in life. So, despite
Good morning, madam.
considered efforts, success remains challenging.
Sorry,
in the
you're
months
you're speaking from where are you speaking, sir? Can you please come closer to the mic?
Yes, sir.
Please come closer to the mic.
Yeah, please raise your hand.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yes, perfect. Please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we come across people harboring unrealistic expectations in life. Despite concerted efforts, success remains eluding, challenging, unattainable. How do we envisage this development? Does it lead to growth mindset?
So, sir, first, I will, with due respect, have to request you to change what you are saying. Because my experience is that when you start with a negative, you will only get back a negative. So you say that success is elusive, then success will remain elusive. But if you say success has been elusive till now, then you are opening the possibility for success to come in the future. But if you say it is elusive, it is never going to come. So please open your mind a little bit, sir.
Yes, that's true. But many a time,
yes,
we will be at the crossroads, to be or not to be. To put it in the words of Shakespeare, many a time we come across such a situation, we'll be at crossroads, to be or not to be. How can we overcome that?
So, sir, give me an example.
You want me example?
Yes, please.
In my life experience.
Sorry, you've gone away from the mic. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, come closer to the mic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please go
Okay,
ahead.
ma'am.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Yeah, regarding academics, we are prescribed syllabus.
Yes.
And I teach English, but the people who come to our classes, our level, they're far below the standards expected. And I can't make them what we call well versed in a span of 1 month or 2 months.
Yes.
That should be done at the school level.
Yes.
But whether should I go teaching them grammar or should I complete my syllabi? Many a times I'll be lagging behind. I'll be behind the rat race. Losing the rat race. How do you think?
So, sir, I think in that situation, it's a very valid point. It is a challenge, no doubt.
Yes.
But I think that you are already doing the right thing because you are trying to address the matter from the root, right? Your intention is for the students not to to become better in English rather than only understand the syllabus.
Yes, yes, yes.
Right? So I think if you focus on getting them English language skills, you will have done your job, sir. So,
but grades, marks are also valid. They're taken into consideration, ma'am. Otherwise, we'll be taken to task.
yes, very true. I agree with you. So what percentage of students pass from your class, sir?
Yes, 70%, 70 to 80%.
That is good, no? So you're doing an excellent job. You should be proud of yourself.
I'm generalizing the issue, ma'am. I'm generalizing the issue.
Yeah, but you are doing an excellent job, so that you should not feel bad about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So NRC Kadapa.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Really fortunate, madam, by the grace of God, to be interacting with you.
I am grateful to be here.
Thank you, madam. How to overcome? How to overcome?
Yes.
For change of mindset. Next question is linked with that. If ego is overcome, envy makes us to be in the same mindset. In that case.
So, sir, can I request you to just repeat the first and second question again? I missed a little bit.
There are not two questions, madam. There is only one question. The second one I asked linked with the first one.
Okay. Yes, go ahead. Just repeat it.
How to overcome ego, change of mindset, and how to overcome envy. If ego is overcome, envy makes us to be in the same mindset.
Correct. So, all these things, ego, envy, these are, it's very good that you are identifying these things, because these are the kind of negative mindsets which are holding us back. Okay, so the fact that you're talking about them, it is amazing, because you have, if you're identifying that in a situation, somebody's ego or somebody's jealousy is keeping them back, then they can work on it, or you can work on it, right? So the first step is to identify what is the problem, right? Only then you can address it. So I think you're doing a great job. Okay.
Excuse me, madam, one more please, last one.
Ji.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know. What do you want to come over here? This question is to me only. To know something from others or to make others to know. I don't know.
So the first and foremost job of every human being on this planet, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is that we first need to understand ourselves. When we are comfortable with who we are, then we can go out and help others. Right? So it's a two-way process. We are not living in an island. So first we understand who we are, and then we can contribute to the world outside. Okay?
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
A very good morning, madam.
Yes, good morning.
I'm Dr. S. Mohammed Ghosh, GDC NRC Nandala, madam.
Okay.
It's really my pleasure to talk to you. I just want to ask one question. Our topic is mindset. So there are different type of people in the world. I just want to ask you only one question. What is the narcissist mentality and how to deal with these people?
So there are people who have lots of negative qualities. Narcissism is one of them, right? And a narcissist person only thinks about himself. He doesn't have an empathy for others, etc., etc. But I don't think you're talking about yourself. You're talking about somebody who you have interacted with, right? So I would not spend too much time in labeling other people, right? You should focus, we as human beings should focus on our own personal growth, right? Once we have done that, then people who are even narcissistic will begin to change around us, right? So the crux of change is to start with your own self. That is what I would say to you, sir. Thank you. Anybody
Good morning,
else?
madam.
Yes, good morning.
This is from NRC Guntur.
Yes.
Positive mindset is very much necessary for the success of every man's life.
Yes.
But you have suggested we have to identify negative feelings, and we can able to modify the negative feelings.
Correct.
But may I know the tips or suggestions how we can change the negative thoughts of a person into a positive attitude or positive mindset?
Okay. So the first is identifying the negative. See, all of us, whether we like it or not, whether we, what's the word for it? Whether we accept it or not, right? All of us, because of the life we have lived, have some or the other negative mindsets, right? We are going to be fooling ourselves if we believe that, no, I have no negative mindset. Therefore, these negative mindsets become the reason why we are not growing in our careers, in our lives. Therefore, it becomes extremely important to identify those mindsets. Once you have identified those mindsets, by going through your whole life, you can sit and introspect, go through my whole life and say, okay, my mother was like this, or my father was like this, or my school teacher said this, or my friend said this, right? Or my aunt said this, or my grandmother said this. Everyone has something that they can relate. There was an incident, a situation which created that negative mindset. Once you have identified that situation and that negative mindset, just write the opposite on a piece of paper. So if for example, when you were a child, somebody that you respected, like maybe your grandmother, said something like, oh, this fellow is useless, he will never succeed. Then you will say, write down, I am capable of success and I will succeed, right? So when you write it down and you put it on your wall and you look at it few times in a day and you believe in it, don't just repeat it like a mantra. You have to believe in it. Okay. And once you believe in it, then it begins to happen in your life. Right. So just by repeating it and saying, yes, I'm going to succeed, I'm going to succeed, it doesn't mean that you will succeed. You have to believe that you are capable of success. Right. So then the magic starts to happen and your mindset and your growth mindset begins to expand. And my recommendation again and again to all of you, because you are dealing with so many impressionable young people, is become the example for your students. Let them be inspired by yourself. You can even share these exercises with them. It may help them to break their negative mindset. Okay. Thank you so much. I see two other hands are up. NRC KKD.
Good morning, madam. This is Chakravarti from NRC Kakinada. Actually, this is a very big debatable topic, how to achieve growth mindset.
Sorry. Can you come closer to the mic, please?
Good morning, madam. Am I audible now?
Yeah, that is better. Thank you. Please go ahead.
The topic, how to achieve growth mindset is a very big debatable topic. But you are so clear, lucid, and vivid in your lecture. Thank you very much for that. And after going on the session, what I feel is to get a positive mindset, the background is not more important, whether it is rural or urban or rich, whatever it is. But it depends upon the attitude, culture, environment, and education of the person. What we got from his childhood days is more important to become a more positive thinking person, I think. That is my first observation. The second thing is sometimes we may fall in the trap of negative thoughts or negative thinking, but we can come out of that circle or from that trap with the help of, as we said, in the circle of positive thinking people, we can avoid the negative thinking and we can come out of that. And so, the achievement of growth mindset is a continuous process, I think. So, we can grow more positive day by day. So, governments can do anything, I think, now, here in this particular aspect. So, it is the responsibility of the individual who can ensure his own growth mindset now. These are my observations.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. You have said it very, very nicely. I totally agree with you. It is not, a growth mindset is not necessarily something that you will do today. And it is something we have to do every single day. We have to work on it every single day. We are all human beings in evolution, right? It is not, you cannot say that I've stopped now. My mindset is fine. I don't have to do anything about it. There may be something that stimulates us tomorrow, which puts us into a negative cycle. We have to be able to recognize that and keep changing ourselves, right? And you are saying it absolutely correctly that we need to constantly work on ourselves. And we can only, Mahatma Gandhi said something very interesting. He said, be the change you want to see in the world. Right? So when we say that the government should do this or the institution should do this, first we have to do it within ourselves. We have to live that change in our own selves. Then the change will come in society. If, and in our institutions. So thank you very much for that. I totally agree with what you have said. It is a constant journey. We have to constantly be inspired. We have to constantly work on ourselves. None of us are perfect.
Yes.
It is yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anybody else? Who has anybody else? Okay. If there are no more questions, then I will just continue to say a few things about the growth mindset. One is constantly learning. We have to constantly learn and evolve. We can never say, okay, now my learning is over. Because we are constantly changing. And I personally believe the day I stop learning, that day I would have ended my life, frankly, right? The other thing is, there are challenges. After listening to all of you, there are many challenges, right? I totally understand that. But this challenge that we are facing, turn them into opportunities, right? So if you can make a difference out of 100 students, if you can make a difference to even the life of 5 children, 5 students, believe me, you are an extraordinary professor, right? So there is an old story, right? So there was this boy, he was walking on the beach with his grandfather. And you know, these starfishes, they get washed to the shore. When the tide goes out, they get left on the shore and then they die. So this little boy saw hundreds of starfishes on the water, on the shore, and he started picking up one starfish, throwing it back in the water, picking up another starfish, throwing it back in the water. So his father said, "What are you doing?" The grandfather said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm saving all the starfishes." Right? So the grandfather said, "You can't save all the starfishes. It's impossible. You can't make a difference." His grandfather continued, "You know, you cannot make a difference. There are hundreds of starfishes on this beach." So he picked up another starfish, threw it in the water, and he said, "I just made a difference to that starfish." Right? So it is not that we can make a difference to every life that comes across in our students. Even if you make a difference to that one starfish, you are a rock star, right? So realize that as you have such a valuable job to do. Okay. So the other thing is that you have to surround yourself with people who give you positive support. And you know, a person with a growth mindset also has the ability to listen to criticism, to feedback. Right? If you say, "Oh, I know everything, don't tell me anything," we are closing our minds. But as a growth person with a growth mindset, right, you have to be open to listening to positive feedback. Because when you listen to positive feedback, that is your opportunity to grow. Right? The other thing I want to just stress is, I said it a little bit in the beginning of our talk. If you have a negative mindset about anything and you want to turn it into a positive mindset, use the word yet. So, for example, I am not a good public speaker, right? But if you say, "I am not a good public speaker yet," that means you have the capacity to become a good public speaker. You have opened your mind to a possibility, right? So the word yet, please use it, because it will help you to open your mind to more and more possibilities. Teach it to your students so that they open their mind to more possibilities. So again, I spoke about embracing challenges and turning them into opportunities. Get out of your comfort zone. You know, we are all very comfortable. We have good jobs. We have our, we have created our lessons. We are teaching that. We are very comfortable with the colleagues that we are with. We are comfortable with the subject that we are teaching. Get out of your comfort zone. That is the growth mindset. Do something that you have to challenge yourself with. And just as an example, not because I think it was great, but certainly, you know, I couldn't send an email, right? And from that, I was ultimately managing 36 duty stations in the UN all over the world, right? Doing an IT-based project. It's ridiculous sometimes when you think about it, right? But it was only because I opened my mind that, yeah, I can do it. Otherwise, I would have said, oh, I can never do it in a million years. This is terrible. How can I do it? Blah, blah, blah. There were many reasons why I could have, and I was scared. I must share with you. When you challenge yourself to come out of your comfort zone, you are also scared. You're also frightened. But because you are in that space of learning, you can grow. It is exciting. It was challenging, but it was exciting. And I really now look back and I'm amazed that I could do it because I think it was somebody else who did it, you know? So you can do it too. I want to share with you a story of Thomas Edison. So Thomas Edison, as you know, all of you know, he's the person who invented the light bulb. Before he succeeded in making the light bulb, he failed 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Right? So somebody was interviewing him and they said, how could you deal with so much failure? So he said, you are mistaken. I never failed. I only found 10,000 ways that didn't work. But he found one way that worked. And he has changed the way we live our lives today. Just by his persistence. Can you imagine trying to do something 10,000 times before you actually succeed? I wonder how many of us would have that kind of dedication and determination, right? But this example is so powerful because he didn't consider himself a failure. He considered himself a success because he found 10,000 ways that didn't work. So it's a matter of how you look at it. Okay, I think somebody from NRC Kadapa wants to ask a question. Is there somebody from NRC Kadapa?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Am
okay.
I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
In this context, you are narrating a story and you have told about Alva Edison. Here, I would like to have some enlightenment explanation. How do you differentiate perfection and excellence? Because your anecdote that you are giving is absolutely on par with excellence. And how do you look at, madam, with your efficient and eminent brain? Would you like to do that?
So the thing is, efficiency, these are all, the way I look at it, these are all titles for certain people and situations. Okay. I think what is more important than perfection and excellence, more important than perfection and excellence, is your own personal growth.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be excellence. It doesn't have, you cannot be. See, all of us are human beings. Believe me, I have yet to meet a person who is perfect. There is nobody who's perfect. Okay. And including myself, very far from being perfect. Okay. We are all people who are in the process of growth and change and development. Right? So excellence is also a definition of a person who, so for example, Edison, he was a perfectionist, and that is why he tried 10,000 times. Right? I wonder how many of us would try 10,000 times. Probably not many of us. Right? So what I'm saying to you is that perfection and excellence are titles. What is more important than that is to be on a journey of continuous personal growth.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, madam.
Very nice.
Okay. All right. So, anybody else? Okay. So the other thing is, remember this is the 21st century, right? And in the 21st century, it is all about innovation and creativity. And those of us who fail to innovate and who are not creative, we are going to get left behind. So in order to keep up with the times, we have to constantly grow. You know, there's artificial intelligence. There is so much happening every single day. You know, with regard to the internet, there is something called blockchain technology. There's so much happening that I think in 5 years' time, we will, you know, not be able to recognize the world. You know, in my own lifetime, and of course, all of you are younger than me, but in my own lifetime, I have seen the handheld rotary phone. I have seen black and white television with one channel, right? I have seen, you know, just two cars used to be available in India, the Ambassador and the Fiat, right? I have seen all that in my lifetime. And today it is such a different world. You're carrying a little computer in your bag, right? So can you imagine how much one has to keep on changing? Because the changes that I have seen in my lifetime have happened over a lifetime. The changes that you will see in your lifetime will happen over every 5 years. So change is a very important part of our lives today, right? The only thing that is 100% that you can safely say will continue to happen is change. And those of us who change with the times, who learn and grow with the times, we will be able to survive and flourish in the future. And those of us who don't, we will be left behind. Right? We'll become like relics of the past. We'll become like the rotary phone, which is now you can see it in a museum. Right? So we have to keep on growing. For the sake of your students, you have to grow because there is so much happening. You have to keep inspiring them. The other thing is that a growth mindset, right? A person who has a growth mindset believes in their own potential. They don't have self-doubt. And believe me, all of us have to keep fighting our own self-doubt. All of us has to keep fighting our lack of belief in our potential. This is a continuous process of growth that we have to undergo. But remember, you have to have faith in your potential. You have to be able to overcome your self-doubt. So you need to constantly learn and be able to understand that self-doubt will happen. It is a part of the way our mind works, right? If there are 20 people applying for a new job and you are all equally capable, the person who will get the job is a person who believes that they can do it, right? The other thing is, you know, I spoke about Edison. He learned from his mistakes. We have to keep learning from our mistakes because we do make mistakes. We are human beings. We are not some super people, right? Mistakes are a natural part of the learning process. So when a mistake happens, what do? Oh, no, I didn't do the mistake. No, take responsibility and be accountable. Yeah, I did it, but I'm learning from it and it will never happen again, right? So I want to ask you a question. You know, suppose somebody here is a writer, right? And they are writing and sending their writings for publication, and all they are getting in return are rejection letters, what would you do?
Correct, and we will send again for recorrection. Yeah, for publication process.
Okay.
Only for in the publication process, it will be happened, ma'am.
Yeah, so it happens, right? So you keep on sending and you keep on getting rejection letters. You keep on sending, you keep on getting rejection letters, right? So then in that situation, after you have got your 100th rejection letter, don't you feel dejected a little bit? Don't you feel maybe I'm not a good writer?
Ma'am, good morning. Is it audible to you?
It is.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
is from NRC Anantapuram. So
Yes.
it is nothing but when they reject also, fail is nothing but first attempt in learning. So we'll put attempts and attempts and attempts. Finally, our paper will be published.
Thank
So
you,
we'll
madam.
yeah.
I think you are you have that growth mindset which will help you to inspire your students. All of you have it.
Yeah.
Right? Very good. Thank you so much for that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So, when you fail, don't take it personally. Take it as an opportunity to grow, learn from your mistakes, take responsibility, make adjustments, analyze, why did I fail? Is there something I can learn to make this change in myself? So by embracing mistakes as valuable learning opportunities, we as individuals can cultivate resilience, improve our skills, and continuously progress towards our goals. Right? So any other questions? And then we will conclude for the day. Any other questions? I'll open the floor again to all of you. The one last thing I would like to say to you is, do this exercise. It's a little bit difficult. You need to find a space of peace and quiet and really look at your life. What are the negative mindsets that are holding me back from achieving my full potential? Right? It's not a blame game. So you don't say, okay, my mother said this to me when I was 7 years old, so it's all her fault. No. It's not a blame game. You put it down and acknowledge it so that you can change it. I want that each one of you should grow and blossom rather than be stuck with some negative incident or situation that happened in your life many years ago. Sometimes, with these negative thought patterns, we don't even realize that these are there in our mind because they are so subconscious. That is why it is so important to do this exercise. Similarly, the exercises we did on Tuesday are also very important. What did we do on Tuesday? The exercises in self-awareness. So please, I hope you have done those. And if you haven't, please go ahead and do them. The Life Mastery Circle, then the values, because the one thing about the negative thought patterns, which is different from your values, is that values very rarely change. But your negative thought patterns can change. This is a tool that you have in your hand that you can change it. The values you can't change or very rarely change. You have to have a big life experience to change your values. But your thought patterns, your negative thought patterns particularly, if you identify them and work on them, you can change them. I'm not saying it's easy. right? Normally, when I teach this kind of processes, it is one-on-one, and it takes a lot of effort. But I also know that most of the work has to be done by you. So you can just take advantage of this session to really blossom and grow and become leading lights, leaders for your students. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yeah.
Ma'am, if you permit, can I share one experience?
Yes, please.
Yeah, ma'am. 10 years before, just in the class, there belongs to the native medium, that is Telugu medium. When I used to give an assignment like draw a tabular column and write all your positive mindset and negative mindset. But the student who have written all that positive mindset, that tabular column is empty, and the negative mindset is almost 20 points he wrote. Where is your positive mindset? No, madam, because I belong to a rural family, so it's not possible. Later, I made in the class to make the students to grow their mindset, conducting by different activities. And later on, he developed that what you have failed, and finally he succeeded. And now he is working as assistant manager in Bangalore at bank profession.
Perfect. Wow. You should be very proud. This is so nice. So you have made a difference in that person's life in such a remarkable manner. So you should really be proud. See,
you can change the mindset of students, ma'am. That's
Yes,
just an illustration. Just an illustration I'm giving to you. That's
very true. Very true. And it is true. If I ask even the people in this group to write their positive and negative mindsets, most people will have many more negative than positive. Right? You can rarely find something positive about yourself. Or if you do, they are very few. Right? You can see the positive mindset, the positive things in other people, but for yourself, you find very few. Right? So great. I want you to continue inspiring people. I want you to continue working with your students, make them grow, make them successful in life, make them achieve their dreams. And in the process, you will achieve your dreams as well. Right?
thank you.
And
Thank you very much, ma'am.
thank you. And with that, I would like to say thank you to you all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm really grateful to you for having me speak to you. I hope you enjoyed my lecture.
Thank you, ma'am, for your outstanding presentation. Now, I would like to call GDC Kadapa, NRC Kadapa, to give feedback on the session. And also, Tadepalligudam, be ready to propose vote of thanks. Kadapa.
Madam, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Neenu ma'am really have done extremely well. And as you said, the change is constant in nature. Even in our academics, what happened, we are shifting to English medium. And our esteemed commissioner has planned in a nice way to have this kind of coaching for all teachers. Of course, we know something well, certain teachers, but this kind of growth of positive ideology is most important for us, and it is energetic. Because we are these teachers, have to maintain positive thinking so that our students will be better. And another point you laid emphasis on the self-awareness. This self-awareness at this intellectual level is a very good point that is to be laid and that should be implemented. So anyhow, madam, above all, your lecture is stimulating and somewhat giving a lot of inspiration to all of us. Thank you so much for your dedicated lecture. Thank you.
NRC Tadepalligudam. NRC Tadepalligudam, please propose vote of thanks.
Morning, everyone. On behalf of NRC Tadepalligudam, I, Najma, deem it a privilege to express my gratitude to our Commissioner first and foremost for arranging such a wonderful lecture on growth mindset by our esteemed speaker, Ms. Neeru Singh. I profusely thank her for her thought-provoking and inspirational real-life experiences and stories, and to enlighten us on how our thoughts, words, and actions, character, shape our destiny. Further, she rightly pointed out about changing negative patterns into positive, empowering patterns with a challenging mindset that will make a huge positive impact, not only for our personal growth, but also for the society around us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful, inspirational lecture. I would also like to thank all the participants for their active participation. Thank you, one and all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you all. It was a pleasure interacting with you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, let's meet by 11:40 again. Thank you, Neeru Singh ma'am, once again. We are glad to have you today.
Thank you.
Sharply 11:40 we'll meet. NRC తాడేపల్లిగూడెం. NRC తాడేపల్లిగూడెం, please be ready. We welcome Professor K. Padmini Shankar, ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Good
Now
morning and
audible.
thank you.
I request all NRCs to switch on your videos. I would like to invite NRC తాడేపల్లిగూడెం to present profile of today's eminent resource person, Padmini Shankar garu. తాడేపల్లిగూడెం,
Am I audible?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning to you all. I am Dr. Swarupa, lecturer in economics, GDC Kanapavaram. I am privileged to introduce today's resource person, Professor K. Padmini Shankar, Head Department of ESL Studies and Chairperson BOS Department of ESL Studies from IFLU, Hyderabad. Professor Padmini Shankar did her MA, PG, DES, MPhil, PhD from IFLU. She had a teaching experience of PG for 17 years, UG for 12 years. She has put up 18 years of research experience in the field. She guided 9 PhD scholars and 5 more in progress, 10 PhD scholars and 33 PG level projects. To her credit, Professor Padmini Shankar had 21 research publications at international and national level. She presented 30 papers at different conferences, including 12 outside India, and made keynote speeches at 6 events, apart from 24 invited talks. She contributed 17 course books, 3 skill development books, and developed 8 e-content modules. She master trained teachers at 34 training centers, including 7 international ones. She bagged the prestigious Fulbright Nehru Fellowship for International Education Administrators in 2018. She visited 23 foreign universities in 12 foreign countries, including the USA, the UK, Japan, and Australia. During her long career, she held various academic responsibilities like member, core committee, NAC, core committee, implementation of NEP 2020, Central Admissions Committee, Screening Committee for Faculty Positions, Program Coordinator PGTTE, School Board, 5-year MA IICR program. With this brief introduction, I invite Professor Padmini Shankar to speak on her topic, reflective practice and continuing professional development. Thank you.
Shall I take over?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. This is meeting all of you, although online, is a pleasure because, well, I belong to the teaching community like you all, and I have this history of working as a degree college lecturer, so I can empathize and relate quite a lot to all the problems that we've had at the degree college level. So it's like homecoming for me. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you here.
So for an hour and a half, probably, we'll be discussing reflective practice and continuing professional development. Okay, so I'll share the screen. Okay, I think it's pretty clear. Is my voice clear and audible to you all?
Yes, ma'am. It's clear.
All right. While we are discussing, we'll try to make it, I'll try to make it as interactive as possible. It's very difficult to sit at the other side of the table, I know. It's not easy to keep listening to people 9 to 10 to 5 or whatever. So let's try to make it interactive. And if you have any queries, please feel free to kind of interrupt and we can have a discussion. All right. So let's I guess the screen is visible to you all.
Visible, ma'am. It's visible.
All right. Okay. So we'll be discussing reflective practice and continuing professional development. Okay. I'm sure all of us are familiar with these terms. What is reflective practice? How do I access the chat box? How do I see the chat box? Can somebody tell me how I can see the chat box?
Madam, at the top side, you click on arrow button, and then you will see the all.
There is something like mute and pause sharing, stop, show meeting controls. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Now, what is reflective practice? Before we look at some definitions and some theory and some practical strategies to implement reflective practice, let's put our thoughts together about reflective practice. You can speak, or you alternatively, you can put your ideas in the chat box. Let's try to understand this term. What practice are we talking about? You can put your ideas in the chat box. What are we all? What's our profession? Any responses? Or you will run the risk of me talking all through. You want to do that?
Influential practicing, ma'am.
Come again?
Influential practicing, which we are practicing will be influenced by others.
Okay, influenced by others. Hang on, we'll keep that idea aside. What practice are we talking about in our context? We are saying that reflective practice. What is the practice that we are doing? What are we as? We are professionals, right? What is our profession? We are all
teaching professionals.
Yes, we are all teachers. Yes.
So the practice is teaching.
Sorry?
The practice is teaching by us as professionals.
Right.
The teaching should be reflected. Students.
Okay.
Day in and day out. That can be regarded as effective practice.
Yes, we want to make a practice effective. Yeah, that's a good way to look at reflective practice. Okay, so we are all practicing a profession, right? Like we say lawyers, they're practicing law. Doctors, they're practicing medicine. So we are all practicing teaching. So we are all practicing teachers, like there is a practicing lawyer, there's a practicing medical doctor. So we're all practicing teaching. The moment we say we are practicing something, we become professionals. So when we say we are professionals, we have to do things systematically, right? Okay. So when we talk about practice, we are talking about teaching practice, and we want to teach. How do we want to teach? We want to teach in a manner that enables learning, right? So we want to help our learners learn. What is the purpose of all teaching? Do you all have your laptops or your tablets or your phones on? Can you just type your responses or speak?
Madam, the purpose of teaching is learning, madam.
Yes, the purpose of teaching is to enable students to learn. Yes, the purpose of teaching is to help students learn. Now, we are going to discuss reflective practice. The belief that we have now is that our assumption is that our practice can be improved if we reflect on it. Okay. What is reflection, by the way? What is to reflect? To reflect. We are reflecting on something. What is to reflect? It's a simple word. What is to reflect?
Madam,
Yeah.
the reflection really is a constant one, madam. It varies from class to class, or teacher to teacher, or lesson to lesson. It is a very good one, ma'am, but the ultimate is outcome should be reflected.
Okay. So we are looking at the meaning of the word reflect. What does reflect mean?
We have to reflect our action.
Yes. Yes.
Implementation.
Yes. When we reflect on something, we are thinking. We are thinking about it. How are we thinking? Two things. One, we are thinking deeply, and we are thinking systematically, and we are thinking in a structured manner. Please remember, reflective practice entails three things. One, a deep engagement with practice, a systematic approach towards improving practice, and a structured manner of improving practice. So three key words emerge here. What are they? Reflection is characterized by depth, systematic. Can you see what I'm typing in the chat box? Can you see what I'm typing in the chat box?
Yes, ma'am. Depth, systematic, you are typing.
Yeah. So reflective practice is characterized by depth and being systematic and being structured. So we will look at the idea, the construct of reflective practice in a little more detail in a couple of minutes now. So I'm going to move on. Okay. So we will look at some of these ideas in the next an hour and a half. We'll try to look at reflective practice, enhance our understanding of reflective practice with the help of some theory. We will also look at something called levels of reflection. How does reflection actually happen? With some examples, classroom examples, and strategies for implementing reflective practice. And if there is time, we will also look at continuing professional development. Now let's understand the link between reflective practice and continuing professional development. What is continuing professional development? What is professional development? We'll look at continuing a little later. What is professional development? Okay, forget about even professional. What is development? Another word for development. Okay, execute a plan. Synonyms for development.
It's development.
Okay, growth. Can we also
reaching goals?
Reaching set goals. Yes, very good. Can we also think of it as a progress?
Progress.
Okay. What else does development mean?
Change in attitude, change in aptitude.
Okay. Change in attitude, change in aptitude. Yes.
And like this is also containment, madam. Containment regarding our
Professional aspirations, professional goals. Right? So let us have professional goals. 5 years from now, I would like to see myself in the next cadre, or in the next my next improvement, increment, or next level of promotion, etc. In addition to these achievable goals, we also have, as teachers, we want to do a better job of what we are doing today, right? Tomorrow, we want to be better teachers. So professional development entails
Development of teaching, madam.
come on.
Feedback to students.
Yeah, feedback of students also will help us. Yes. So professional development entails setting up goals. Okay. Also, so when we set up goals, we require, what do we require? We require strategies to reach those goals, right? So what do I want? I am here today, and 5 years from now, I want to reach there. So we have a destination already in mind. The goal is already clear in our mind. Now, how do we reach there? What are the strategies? So professional development sustains on 3 things. 1, goals. 2, strategies. And 3, implementation of these strategies in a systematic manner. Now, what's the link between another thing with professional development is we are saying that it should be continuing. It's not a one-time thing. Okay, it is an ongoing process, because learning, of course, should never stop. Teachers, personally, I think you would agree with me if I said that we are all lifelong learners. We should keep learning and learning and learning. And we will shortly look at in a minute or two. I'll show you the link between teacher learning and student learning. So professional development has to be continuing. There should be no stop. Okay. Maybe there is a pause sometimes, but we are never going to stop in improving ourselves. So the link between reflective practice and professional development is that if we reflected on our practice, we can improve our practice. So continuing professional development is aided by reflective practice. In other words, reflective practice is a tool for continuing professional development. Okay. So if you have any ideas, if you want to share any experiences, you can please volunteer to do so. We can have a sharing session as well. Okay. So in this session now, we will be looking at what is reflective practice. We will understand reflective practice in a better manner, in a more detailed manner, because we'll be looking at levels of reflection, strategies for reflection, and we will also look at continuing professional development. So we said reflective practice. So let's reflect. Okay. Now we have something like a statement here, a formula here. What is this formula? We are saying student learning is equal to teacher learning. Please take a good look at the formula there. We are saying student learning is equal to teacher learning. How do we explain that? Explain this formula. What is the link between student learning and teacher learning?
Interaction between them.
Okay. There should be interaction between teachers and students. Yes. especially in a language classroom, or even in content-based subjects, mathematics, chemistry, physics. There should be a kind of a give and take. Teaching is always a transactional enterprise. We give, we take. Okay. Now look at the formula. Mathematics teachers. These are formulas. Okay. So student learning is equal to teacher learning. What does it mean?
Participative learning, madam.
Come on.
I'm Dr. Aditya from NRC Vijayawada.
Yeah.
Actually, the meaning of that equation is when the teacher learns more and experiences more and applies more, she can render the same to the student for the development of the student and the development of the society. So the teacher learning is directly related to the societal learning.
Ah, great. Okay. So what we are trying to say, somebody else was also saying something. I thought I heard somebody else also before you spoke. Anybody else also wanted to say something?
That one is participative learning.
Come again?
Participative learning, ma'am.
Participatory learning, yes. Okay. Can you elaborate that a little?
Another thing, madam, as for mathematics, A equal to B means statement A is same as statement B means A must be a subset of B and B must be a subset of A now. So sometimes when the student is learning,
okay,
I feel that the teacher is having more knowledge than the student.
Okay.
And in another way,
Okay.
sometimes during our teaching practices, we see that sometimes students are better than us, particularly in response to technology and modernity.
Oh, yes. Agree.
So indirectly, we, the teachers, are going to learn from the students.
Yes,
So,
yes.
particularly, it is a reflection.
Yeah.
I want to see myself in terms of the student. Physically,
Yeah.
we may be different. And on the other hand, technically, or whatever it may be the knowledge wise, we should be the same. That is what I think. I think it should be reflected. What is the knowledge is going to be imparted.
Okay.
And that is what I think.
There are very glad that you are interpreting it in from several angles. As far as reflective practices, yes, please.
Collaborative learning also.
Oh, yes, collaborative learning. Elaborate that idea a lot. I'm so happy that you brought it up. This is a very, very important construct in continuing professional development. Please elaborate that a little more.
So we can level to level or one state to another state, the student will develop with a high intensity mode in collaborative learning. Their mindset will also grow and their positive attitude will also grow through the collaborative learning.
Okay.
Mingling with other, sharing their views with the other participants also. Yeah. Their opinions in personal, especially in students, they can share their personal views and experiences in family about, and in professional also the lecturers and the teachers, faculty can also share. So both, sometimes we can share our live experience to the students in the class.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So this is nothing but a collaborative learning, ma'am.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. I'm glad you brought up the idea of collaborative learning. So what we are saying is teacher learning and student learning go hand in hand. In other words, we are proposing here is students learn, the learning of students is equivalent to the learning of the teachers. Okay, that is what this equals to mean. That is, if the teachers go on, so therefore, subsequently, this equation will also mean this. Look at the second equation. Continuous teacher learning is equal to increased student learning. Do we all agree on this?
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. So what does it mean?
We can imbibe and inculcate the present trends which are going in the society, in technology, as well as in academic perception.
Okay, so what we are saying is if the teachers keep on learning, teacher learning will reflect in increased student learning. As in, let's say we go to a conference and we pick up a new idea as to how to teach a mathematical problem differently, or maybe a grammar item differently. So we are learning something, we have learned something in a conference, right? Now we go and implement that in the classroom, which will lead to a better understanding of the concept on the part of the students. So therefore, our learning gets reflected in increased and enhanced student learning. Therefore, it is necessary for us as teachers to keep on learning, because if the day we stop learning, will be the day we stop relating to student issues. As you rightly said, society is changing. It's a very dynamic society that we are living in right now. And as some of you pointed out, technology really is, exploding. So we need to keep learning, and sometimes they are better than us, definitely, at these things related to technological understanding. So if teachers are constantly learning, that will help enhance student learning as well, right? So on this premise of the significance of continuing teacher learning, we will explore the idea of reflective practice. We have arrived at some understanding now. We are saying that if teachers keep learning, that will help enhance student learning. That is the proposition that we are making now. Now, how do we implement this? How do teachers learn? Okay, let's take a look at that. Is what reflective practice is all about. It focuses on teacher learning, which is linked to invariably student learning, as we have just looked at, as we have seen. Now, let's ask a few questions. Read these questions and let's see if these questions are important. Should we ask these questions ourselves at all? For instance, let's take the first question. Do I really know how someone learns concepts in mathematics or biology or chemistry or physics or whatever? Do I meaning here the teacher, okay? As a teacher, do I know how my students learn something? Why is this question important?
But we are from PVK NRC.
Come again, it's not clear.
Yeah. Is it audible, ma'am? We are from.
Yeah, now it is. Now it is. Yeah, tell me, please.
Yeah. This can be the situation, pandemic situation has given a clear example of what we said, continuous teacher learning has enhanced the student learning. So complete the world has changed the scenario. We have made us to go to blended mode of learning and flipped mode. Mode of learning. So that itself is a clear example, ma'am. So when we started taking more live examples from various universities, inviting also, they've given great exposure to them.
Right.
The few questions which you have asked, ma'am, that when we are doing the class, the formative assessment, we can understand, madam, when we post the question at the end of the class or in between, when we interact with the students, we can know what they when clearly in the track or not.
Right.
A true teacher can really understand all this, ma'am.
Right. So we, for example, what you said is quite true actually. It's a continuous process. Learning is a continuous process. First question, if we come back to our questions, it's quite important for us as teachers. As you said, in a blended mode, students have a lot of exposure. They are learning from several ways. In fact, I mean, we have to take it with a pinch of salt or a bag of salt that students learn not just from the teachers. In fact, we are more and more becoming less relevant for our students. In fact, we would run the danger of becoming irrelevant for our students if we do not update ourselves. That, right? So we know that. Okay. So how someone learns something. For example, I'm a teacher of English, let's say, right? I am a teacher of English. So if I want to teach my learners in a manner that they are able to learn effectively, I need to know how learners learn English, right? So if I know some ways in which they learn English, I can improvise on them. I need to know what makes learning easy for them, right? So we need to know how our learners learn concepts so that we can improvise, improve, think of more ways of helping them learn. Now let's look at the second question. How exactly does my teaching make a positive difference? Please notice I have highlighted, put the word positive in bold. Why is this important? We all make an impact on our students, right? Some of them, look up to us. They think we are role models. It's a noble profession being a teacher. So how do we make a positive impact on our students at all? And how do we what kind of teachers make a positive impact on students?
When we develop self-confidence among them, it is one of the positive difference which we can make our teaching beautiful, ma'am.
Yes, agree, totally. So develop their self-confidence. How do we develop their confidence?
Through conducting different activities.
Okay, by helping them learn better. It's like any of these skills, see, language learning is a skill, or mathematics is also a skill, right? When we go, how do we learn driving? Not by theorizing about driving, right? We learn driving by driving, not by listening to how one can drive. So if we engage them in meaningful learning, then we can give them a sense of self-worth. We can make a positive difference. And more important is the third question. What is it that we are doing that can hinder the learning of our students? This is more important. We know that we do several things to help our students learn better, but are there any things that we do, maybe unwittingly, maybe without knowing, or maybe without wanting to do them? Are we doing anything that is actually acting as a hurdle in the way our students are learning? So these questions are very important. They help us reflect on the impact that we have on students and how we can become better tomorrow as students. So this is one way to practice reflective teaching. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Anyway, we had a few questions here, so we'll move on. Okay. Now, what is this picture? Our journey as teachers. I'm calling this our journey as teachers. Can you see the smileys change as, what does this mean actually? See, this is when we start off our career as teachers. I'm sure there are here people with maybe 5 years experience to 15 years experience, probably. So many years of experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Now, when we start, I'll give you a clue to make sense of this this picture here. This is person A, this is person E. Okay. Now, this is when we began the career, and this is as we grow in our years of experience. What do you make of this picture?
Perhaps we are becoming less happy with the profession.
At the beginning, this is at the beginning of the career. Then as A grows in the number of years of experience, then slowly something is happening. What happens? May not be true for everybody, but this is just it's not clear. May I ask you to repeat, please?
We are rejected and disappointed with the circumstances.
Okay.
That's what I understood.
Okay. Others, see, when we start off with our career, we're very happy, full of ideas, full of enthusiasm, okay, full of beans, as it were, a lot of energy. Oh, I want to do this, I want to do this. So, lot of, very spirited engagement with the profession. Then as we go on, what happens?
That's because of more job roles, ma'am. Teaching maybe job role in our profession, but grandparents are entering as teaching profession, teaching role.
Right. So slowly, what happens? Some kind of, a routine sets in, some kind of a take it for granted attitude sets in. So all that initial euphoria, that initial enthusiasm, for whatever reasons, maybe there are too many pressures, or maybe there are too many roles, as you said, that we are expected to play. Maybe there isn't much time for teaching per se, because we are loaded with lots of responsibilities. I know how it works in a degree college because I know how it works in my university. There's so many roles that we are expected to play. So maybe we are not able to, kind of give our best to our primary job, which is teaching. So slowly, if you see, unfortunately, what is happening is the initial euphoria, that enthusiasm, slowly wanes out. Okay, it disappears. And then we kind of experience a sort of, how do I put it? A sort of disconnect, a sort of disappointment. If you look at the last picture, it's a kind of helplessness, or it's a kind of disappointment. Now, in order that we do not reach this stage, we engage in reflective practice, because there are so many pressures, so many things that might come in our way of growth as teachers. See, this smiley should continue, right, throughout. It's not continuing. There is disappointment, there is frustration. So we will look at the reasons also for our depleting energies, depleting enthusiasm. So what is happening here is, as you rightly said, we are somehow losing track. We are experiencing a kind of disconnect. So this is presented like this. Do you agree?
Yeah, ma'am.
You will.
Yes, agree.
So, what happens is, as we grow as we grow as teachers, we gain a lot more experience, and, somehow, as I said, things fall into a rut. It's a routine kind of thing, we stop rediscovering ourselves, we stop reinventing ourselves, because we get, see, all of us everybody likes a comfort zone, right? So we have been doing things in a particular manner, they are working out in the classroom, so why experiment, why take the risk? Okay, why should I take the trouble of doing something differently from what I have been doing for so many years, right? So when we get into that routine, things stop giving us pleasure. It becomes stale, it becomes very less enjoyable. So how do we sustain that interest? How do we sustain that motivation towards our profession? How do we keep rediscovering ourselves? All of these things will be answered if we put reflective practice into reflective practice, if we implement reflective practice. Are these things familiar to us?
Stress getting tired, burnout లేదు. Many demands అయితే ఎక్కువ ఉన్నాయి. Many doing the same thing again and again, అది లేదమ్మా. Very innovative.
So all of these things, this is a kind of a burnout scenario, as it says here. Like I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, we stop rediscovering ourselves, we stop doing things differently, we stop doing things in a fresh manner, right? So that's when we we lose interest in our profession. We must never get into that zone. If we go into that zone, that's the end of our learning. That's the end of our students' learning, right? So in order to cope with all these problems, there's several problems here. There is a lot of stress, there is boredom, there are too many demands on us. Then we are doing the same things again and again and again, several years over and over and over again. So how do we put a full stop to all of these things? We need to rediscover ourselves. All of us want to be good teachers, right? Whatever that good might mean. We want to be good teachers or not?
Yes.
We all want to be good teachers,
Yes.
right? So some of the qualities of a good teacher, of course, are resilience, passionate, and enthusiasm, creativity, etc. So how many of these qualities do we have? I'll show you another way of looking at qualities of a good teacher. In a good classroom, a teacher demonstrates these qualities. Look at, these are all speech bubbles. I mean, these are all qualities of a good teacher. We are discussing qualities of a good teacher, right? We want to be good teachers. And we want to practice, we want to implement reflective practice in order to become good teachers. Now, these are all the qualities of a good teacher, right? There may be more qualities. Now, the question is, how many of these qualities are innate, as in we are born with them, or how many of these qualities can we develop through training, through reading, through constant trying? Can we develop any of these qualities, or are they all, we should be born with them? How many of them are innate? How many of them are can be acquired? Take a look and decide. Some may fall in both places, nature or nurture.
Is patient and is fair, shows respect, is clear on this sense of safety.
Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, you tell me, please.
Ma'am, showing respect, honest, and patient, all are inborn.
Okay.
And majority we have to develop as the age grows.
Okay, we become more mellow, right? We mellow down, become more mature. But for example, being honest, can we try to be honest? Yeah, it is more of an innate quality, but we can still develop that quality if we want to. Showing respect, we can still develop it.
Generally, all the soft skills are inborn, as per my opinion.
Yeah, fine, fair enough, no problem. These inborn qualities, suppose, see, nobody has zero inborn qualities, like for example, patience or showing respect or being honest. We would like to believe that all people are born with most of these qualities. It's just that we don't pay attention to them, right? So it is possible for us to, as you rightly said, as we, become more mature, as we grow grow up in years and experience, life teaches us several lessons. So we can still try to get these qualities. We can still try to train ourselves to become more patient, to become, to be honest people. But the point is, most of these qualities, if you look at well organized, we can develop it, right? Being fair, again, some might say it is an innate quality, but we can still try to be fair. So the point is, if these are the qualities that can make a classroom, if the teacher is like this, a classroom is a lively place, a classroom is a positive, a classroom can have a positive environment, right? So if these are the qualities and if these can be developed, for sure, we are here for continuous professional development. Now, the next thing that we need to do is, including myself, I am a teacher too, look at each of these qualities on a Klein, from 1 to 5, 1 being the least and 5 being the most. Where do I stand in terms of these qualities? For example, has a good sense of humor. What kind of rating would I give myself? Nobody needs to judge us. Nobody needs to assess us. We can be frank. If we are honest, we can assess ourselves. Right? That's the whole point of professional growth. That's the whole point of reflective practice. So if you have a client from 1 to 5, 1 being the least and 5 being the most, as I said, think of each of these qualities and examine. Let's examine ourselves. Where do I stand? For example, empathizing with students' problems. Where am I? Am I at 1? Am I at 3? Am I at 5? Where am I? Doesn't matter if we are at 1 in most of these qualities. Never mind. But the point is that we know that we are at 1 and we want to progress to 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter. Nobody is born with what? All good qualities. It's a package. Right? Nobody is perfect. Nobody has only plus points or only minus points. Nobody has only strengths or nobody has only limitations. So our idea is that if these are the qualities that contribute to the creation of a positive learning environment, how many of these qualities do I have currently? How many do I want to develop? What is the degree of the qualities? To what extent do I have these qualities? So this is what we need to reflect on. I think this is a very helpful tool for us to reflect on and develop progress towards continuing professional development. Any questions?
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
If our quality is non-judgmental quality, how can we justify that as a character of positive classroom environment?
Being non-judgmental. What's your question? How can we?
Non-judgmental. Teacher has to be definitely judgmental on whether it is really applicable or not, whether it is really required or not, whether the student has really learned or not.
That way you mean, okay, I get it. See, here, non-judgmental does not mean assessing performance. Non-judgmental refers to being not being partial, not being, judging somebody as in labeling students. Like, for example, let me give you a real life example. Generally, we as teachers have, without exceptions, we have this very, very casually labeling students. Oh, he's a dull fellow, or he's a smart guy, or he's a, or she's a no-gooder, etc. Right? So that is what is being judgmental. Okay, we are labeling students. Let's never label students, because I'm happy that you brought it up. Non-judgmental here refers to falling into this trap of labeling students and saying that they cannot learn, such a dull student, such a slow learner, such a bother. So that is being judgmental. Judgmental here does not mean assessing performance. That's a different thing. Okay. Now, labels are dangerous because, do I answer your question, please? Did I clarify your doubt?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we can just simply write impartial, ma'am.
Exactly, impartial. Yes, impartial. Not having any favorites, not being partial. Very difficult, of course. These are all things that are easier said than practiced. But it is not impossible if we are a little conscious. Now, how do we become conscious? By reflecting on it. It's a very simple thing, actually. In fact, simple things are, you know, many things in life are simple. We tend to complicate them. So while we are on this topic of non-judgmental, I was referring to this idea of labeling students, right? If you're interested, you can look up the idea of self-fulfilling prophecies. A lot of research is done in this area. Now, it simply means that teachers should have high expectations for all students, right? If we have low expectations, in fact, people have done a lot of research, and it's amazing, this kind of research. It shows that if teachers have high expectations, I believe students also tend to perform in a very, very in an excellent manner. If teachers have less expectations of students tend to underperform. And this is also called the Pygmalion effect. You know Pygmalion, right? The drama by G.B. Shaw. Okay, if you're not English people, maybe you do not know. This is also made into a film. Yeah, if you have the time, it's a very interesting movie. Please watch My Fair Lady. Bernard Shaw is a famous person in English literature. In a drama called Pygmalion, he has a challenge with Professor Higgins. He's a professor. He makes a challenge with one of his friends, saying that if you put people in a particular environment and have high expectations of them, they can excel in life. So in order to prove his point, you know what this professor does? He picks up a flower vendor, somebody called Eliza Doolittle, a girl who sells flowers, and trains her to become a lady, to become a very posh and cultured person. And she does become like that, you know. So this is what in teaching, this is called Pygmalion effect. If teachers think that my students can perform excellently, I believe they performed excellently. If we thought that, oh, this student is never going to perform well, they lived down to our expectations, or they lived up to our expectations, right? So it is very important that we are non-judgmental and we have high expectations for all our students. Okay. Any further questions on this?
Ma'am, I would like to add
Yeah, you want to ask something?
Ma'am, I would like to add upon your point that non-judgment. See, that partiality feeling nowadays has been erased, in fact, by developing more rubrics for each and every tool in internal assessment also. Ma'am.
Yeah.
So it's being eradicated, frankly. So no teacher is being partial. They have no chance to be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's a good thing, actually. Since we have rubrics, we do not have the, as you said, we do not have the possibility for being biased. But that is in assessing performance. But within the classroom, we can still be biased. Yes or no? See, it is not only when we assess students, when we give them marks, that we tend to be biased. Sorry. In a regular classroom, in our day-to-day interaction with students, we can either enhance their confidence, we can behave in a manner that enhances their confidence in themselves, or that can puncture their confidence, right? So when we say non-judgmental, it means a lot of these things. I'm glad that you brought this up, the point about rubrics. Yes, rubrics help us. Definitely, there is no room for any bias. We go by rubrics. But the other side of this picture of being judgmental is that not just when we test them or when we assess them or when we give them marks. In the in our everyday teaching, we can make some casual passing remarks that can either, that can either enhance a student's sense of self-worth, or that can totally damage their confidence. Okay, so I think we know these things, right? That's why we we want to be a little more conscious about how we are functioning as teachers in a classroom, because classrooms are where they learn, and a classroom has to be a safe place. It has to be a secure place. Safe and secure meaning psychologically safe place where they are comfortable, where they do not have any inhibitions while learning. So that is our responsibility to create. It's our responsibility to create a positive classroom environment.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Excuse me. Yeah,
Yeah.
you are talking about high expectations, having high expectations
Yes,
from
yes,
students.
yes, yes.
But ma'am, don't you think it will pressurize the students? They will feel pressurized.
Okay, fine, fine, fine. Yeah, you have a point there.
And like no, you can have a realistic approach instead of being having high expectations.
Okay, fine, fine,
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
Yeah. It's a better way to put it. High, what I mean by high is we can always give them the impression that they can do better tomorrow than what they are doing today. That's what I meant. I did what I'm probably it got conveyed in an inappropriate manner. High does not mean in a manner that pressurizes them. But I'm glad that you brought this up, because it should not go, people shouldn't misunderstand what we are discussing here. High expectations does not mean unrealistic and in a manner that pressurizes them. Yeah, probably realistic expectations. But what I mean to say is, today you have performed, maybe you've got about 60 points on 100, but tomorrow you can still do better. You can reach to 70 or you can reach to 80. That is what I mean by high. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. So always for a better tomorrow. Always for a higher achievement the next day. That's our goal. Okay, now let's come back to reflection. What is reflection? Look at this, read this definition that I put together. It's slightly dated. It's a 1999 one. We are in 2023, doesn't matter. But certain basic things can be dated. That's not a problem. So what is the purpose of reflective practice? We know that generally the meaning of reflection, like for example, if you look at a mirror, right? Our reflection in the mirror shows what we are like, right? It's an exact replica. You stand in front of the mirror. That's why they say mirrors don't lie. Okay. So mirror shows what we are. Of course, physical appearance. The mirror cannot see what's there inside. But in professional practice, reflection can show us how we can improve ourselves, right? That's the benefit. That's the purpose of reflection. So what might be, we're always saying that for a better tomorrow, for improving, for continuous improvement in our practice. That is the purpose of reflection in professional practice. Why do we want to reflect? Why should teachers be practicing, implementing reflective practice? Because reflection helps in if we sit back and reflect on our lesson, we can, of course, it has to be undertaken with a great deal of honesty. Okay. If we examine, if we analyze, if we think deeply, remember the 3 words that we said at the beginning of the session: goal, structure, systematic. If we did it systematically and with honesty and integrity, we will understand what has actually worked in the lesson, what were the best points in the lesson, and what probably needs to be improved. Okay. And once we are able to identify the positives and the limitations of our lesson, then we can, excuse me, we can learn from our own experience. Nobody needs to tell us that you do this, you do that. Reflective practice really, lays bare the merits and limitations of what we are doing in the classroom. That is why teachers are encouraged to undertake reflective practice. Okay, little bit of historical. I don't know whether we have the time. We have another half an hour. We have another half an hour, right? Yeah. Okay, so reflective practice can be traced back to a lot of BCs. Okay, so reflective practice is introspection on one's own actions. What is introspection? Thinking deeply about one's own practice. And of course, in the Buddha understanding of life, it focuses on impermanence. Nothing is permanent. That is the awareness that we will arrive at once we reflect. And of course, everything changes. So what we are now here interested is from where this idea of reflection has emerged. It has gone back to so many centuries before. It began with reflection and then introspection, and then of course Socratic way of understanding reflection is it focuses on a dialectic approach. What is a dialectic approach? You keep questioning, what is this I am doing? What is this? What is the purpose of this? Where do I reach from here? So what is the whole idea of this dialectic approach? It focuses on consistent thinking with a view to consistent action. Now look at this: thought and action, they have to go hand in hand. Thought is reflection, action is practice. That is why we have reflective practice. We think about our practice and we engage in action in order to improve our practice. That's the idea of reflective practice. Now, we cannot but think about Dewey when we are thinking about a reflective practitioner. Dewey spent a lot of time describing the qualities of a reflective practitioner. What are the qualities of a reflective practitioner? Open-mindedness, that is being flexible, being able to take in more perspectives, more than one idea we should be able to accept. We should be able to look at things from several angles. That's what he says. A desire to listen to more than one side of an issue. Being flexible, being accepting, being accommodative. Suppose we understand that something is not going right with our lesson and somebody tells us that, or a student says that I cannot understand this, can you explain it in a different manner? We should not be so very say kind of rigid that we think that what we are doing and how we are doing is the only way. There are several ways of doing the same thing. So flexibility is a prominent characteristic of a reflective practitioner. Then of course, responsibility, being accountable to what we are doing in class. Okay. So, of course, Dewey explains it in terms of a philosophical idea, but when we look at extrapolate it to the classroom, it means that being accountable to what we are doing in the classroom, because we are accountable to students, we are accountable to the institution, we are accountable to society at large, as somebody pointed out at the beginning of the session, and not to say the least, we are accountable to our own selves. Aren't we accountable to our own selves? Don't we want all our students to do well? Okay, so reflective practice assumes accountability as one of the key factors in practice of the profession. Then wholeheartedness, of course, this is passion and commitment. We should be able to critically evaluate our own selves and overcome fears and uncertainties to make meaningful changes. I really like this idea. We need to overcome fears. We have a lot of inhibitions. Let's face the facts. Okay, let's face our fears. Like our students have several fears. Don't we have fears? We may not admit it to others. We may not admit these to our own selves. There's so many inhibitions, so many fears. Will I be able to do this? Will I be able to learn it? Especially, I mean, I can give you my own examples. Technology, will I be able to learn a PowerPoint? Will I be able to learn an Excel? I have learned. Because, well, you want to improve, right? You want to become better tomorrow. So there are so many fears. So we need to take these challenges right on, head on, and try to overcome these challenges, because such passion will become very, very beneficial to our students. If we are passionate in our profession, we keep learning, and that will lead to improved student learning, the formula that we discussed initially. Right? Then we go to reflective practice. Now, how does reflective practice actually work? Let's try to understand this. We reflect, we review, and we realign. Now, the key point here is realign. You know what alignment is? Fixing things properly. Some of us who drive know that there is something called wheel alignment. What is alignment? Wheel alignment. If wheels are not aligned properly, one wheel will go that side and one wheel will go that side. The car gets pulled in different directions. Okay. So when we give our cars for servicing, this is professional service of the, if that's the service of the car, it's a service of our profession. Okay. If we put our professional practice under scanner, we see where we are going wrong or how we can do better. So we reflect, we review our practice, and we try to realign our practice to the present day needs. Maybe what I'm doing is a rather old fashioned way of doing it, or maybe there is a different way of doing it now, or maybe there are newer domains of knowledge which can be linked with what I am doing. So this is a constant review, constant reflection, constant review, and constant restructuring, constant reordering of knowledge, constant reordering, restructuring, realigning, reconfiguration. See, what do we do for our computers? Tell me, when they don't work properly or when they slow down. Let's take that analogy from the field of computers. When the system slows down, or when our phones slow down, what do? We get them formatted, right? We get them reformatted. So we need to reformat our thinking. We need to realign the way we function. Now, this is how reflective practice can be implemented. You have an experience in the classroom. Let's take I'll show you how you can practice it with one example a little later. You have an experience. Maybe something is bothering you, something is not going right with the class, right? So it all starts with our own experience. It emerges from our own urge to become better, right? So we have a particular nagging feeling, let me put it that way. Something is, causing a lot of discomfort. Maybe a particular formula we're not able to explain well, or in a language classroom, if it is an English classroom, maybe we're not able to reach out to the slow learners or the quiet learners. Okay, these are all labels again. Okay, we have to be wary of fixing these labels onto students. Okay, so that experience leads to reflection. Okay, now what is wrong? Why am I not able to explain this formula well? So we reflect on that. That's the second stage. We observe and we reflect on that. And then we form an abstract concept and generalization. We try to implement that. All right, I have found that there is another way of doing this formula, explaining this formula. So let me explain it in a different manner. So we put that experience into practice, and we learn from that experience, and from there we test implications of our new way of doing it. All right, I have learned from my experience that something is not working out, so I'm doing it differently. And when I do it differently, is there an improvement? So we try out what we have learned. Okay, from there again, you see the circle. It goes on and on like that. That is why we are saying reflective practice leads to continuing professional development. It's a circle, it goes on and on. So it all begins with, if we look at reflective practice, there are 4 things to it. 1, it emerges from an experience. 2, it starts with reflecting on that experience. And 3, it is based on action towards our reflection, towards implementing our reflection. And 4, understanding whether that strategy, that action worked out or not. Okay, so there is this continuous process of experimenting, examining, analyzing, and finding out, arriving at conclusions. So you set out with a problem, you find a solution, you analyze the problem, you find a solution, and you examine the effectiveness of the solution. That is how reflective practice is implemented. Any questions? I think I'm going on and on. Any questions? Okay, practicing reflection, there is no time for this. I wanted to present this to you. Okay, now types of reflection. This is something very interesting. Somebody called Sean is a very well-known name in reflective practice. He has come up with 2 kinds of reflection: reflection in action and reflection on action. Now, reflection in action refers to the moment-to-moment decisions that we take as teachers. As in, while we are teaching something, I mean, something is going on inside it. There's a running commentary in the mind, okay? That don't we know when the lesson goes very well or when the lesson is not going very well? Let's be honest. We will always know, right? So when it is not going well or when we are doing something, let's say that we are explaining a particular formula and we sense that students are not able to understand it well. So what do? We spend a little more time on it. Or when we are explaining a formula, makes sense that students have understood it, and then in a jiffy we change our plan and go to the next one. We don't spend more time, although we had planned to spend more time on it, because we know that our students have understood and it's time for us to move on. So we do lots of these, we adjust, we take these online decisions, as it were. We are thinking on our feet and we change our plan. Okay, so there are these constant decisions that we are taking. That kind of those decisions, which are called interactive decisions, as in while teaching we keep on thinking, we are reflecting in action while we are acting, as in while we are performing. In our performance, in the midst of our performance, we are thinking and realigning, constantly changing our little bit here, little bit there. Sometimes there is a slight deviation, or sometimes there's a total detour. We for example, if they don't understand a physics problem, we know that okay, now it's not possible for them to understand. Now let us continue this in the next class. Maybe they need a hands-on experience, so we take them to the lab, and then next class we explain the same thing again, which is a better way of doing it, right? So constantly thinking is going on in a mind. That is called reflection in action. So this happens while we are engaged in teaching in the classroom. Now, reflection on action. This happens after we have taught. We whether we like it or not, whether we admit it to ourselves or to others or not, there is always an evaluation happening here. Okay, we know immediately, we know, okay, today the class went well, today the class did not go well, or today maybe 2 of the things that I wanted to explain, I explained well, but the 3rd thing didn't work out well, so something went wrong. So how do I improve? Okay, so we evaluate our own lessons. See, evaluation doesn't happen well in a manner where we are assessed by an external agency. When we are doing teacher training programs, yes, our supervisors are there, they evaluate. But when we are teaching in our everyday teaching practice, who is there to evaluate us? Nobody is there to evaluate us, right? Our students will evaluate us, of course. They may not tell us, right? But we will know. See, students are always sending us incoming signals, aren't they? Right? That is if we are sensitive. If we are sensitive and if we are sensitive to the incoming signals, on their face we will know whether they are able to follow, whether they are able to understand, or whether something went above their heads, right? So constant evaluation of teaching after it is done is called reflection on action. So there are some decisions that we take after we finish the lesson, based on our own sense of how the lesson went, or based on the feedback that is given by students. We change certain things. We, as it were, we realign. Remember the idea of realigning? We realign our practice in the next class. We change our ideas in the next class. That is called evaluative decisions. Now, somebody else, Kilan and Tandem, they come up and they also contribute to this idea of reflection. This is another interesting idea, reflection for action. This refers to the planning decisions before the class. How do I want to convey a particular idea? We have a plan here, right? When we were in teacher training programs, yes, of course, there were lesson plans. We had to submit them. But in our everyday teaching, after we gain a little bit of experience, we don't have, we don't have these lesson plans written down step by step, right? But we do have a plan here, don't we? All of us have a plan here. How much do I want to teach today, or how much can I teach today? How do I want to go about it? Maybe there are 4 principles I want to explain. Maybe I can explain only 3 principles. If I don't have the time to explain all 4, which one can I sacrifice? There is always a plan here for experienced teachers. So that is what is called reflection for action. So if we want to engage in reflective practice, we can take these ideas and implement them. And now I'll show you how we can actually implement reflective practice. Any questions so far, please? Oh, I'll take a break. We've been going on and on with so much of.
I'm myself Gayatri from NRC.
Yeah.
Nandiyal, ma'am.
Gayatri, can you please talk a little loudly?
Reflection practices. So we are seeing someone, ma'am. That is the feeling of the students. We are getting some feelings. And also the evaluation may be doing. And also the analysis, the any type of the problems facing the students.
Okay.
So the action plan may be preparing how to overtake the problems of the students. And also we are going to conclusion.
Okay.
That we can get the good results, ma'am.
Okay.
We are going to this type of the action, ma'am.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Thank
You're
you.
already practicing reflective practice. Very good. Very good. Okay. You can share your experiences with others. That is how we grow. And maybe if we have the time, I'll also show you how we can practice reflective practice with the help of 2 constructs, critical friends and communities of practice. And one of our friends has already mentioned collaborative learning. Besides collaborative learning, there is also the idea of collaborative teaching, 2 people coming together and teach. We'll discuss those ideas as well. Any further comments, remarks, sharing of ideas? Okay. Now, there are also something called levels of reflection. It's a quite a useful idea. If you want to write papers, I don't know whether you have the time to write academic papers or whether you're familiar with the academic exercise of writing papers. This theory will help you organize your ideas when you write about reflection. Also, when you write about, when you there are tools for engaging in reflection. I will also show you those tools. One of the very important tools is recording our experiences. This is called a journal. reflective journals, right? So when we document our experiences in a reflective journal, and when we go back to analyze those reflective journal entries, we can look at reflection at several levels. One is technical rationality. That is, this refers to generalized ideas. No, these are not context specific ideas, but very general ideas about teaching and learning, not our specific context or not our specific college or our one specific subject or one specific idea in a subject. These are very general ideas about teaching. Like, for example, if you document, maybe I should go slow with this set of students. That's a general reflection, right? So this is called technical rationality. Now, next level of reflection is practical rationality, which is context bound. It's context specific to our set of students in our particular college with our specific subject, right? Now, critical rationality is multi-contextual, as in you look at different aspects of the same problem. You synthesize several experiences. Maybe in this particular context, with this particular lesson in this area for this topic, the lesson went well. For another topic, the lesson did not go well. So you bring a whole lot of different experiences together. You synthesize all of them and try to understand your own practice. This is called critical rationality. This is at a more intense level, at a more, what do we say, at a deeper level of engaging in reflection. So technical rationality is slightly peripheral. Practical rationality goes a little deeper. Critical rationality is the deepest and more intense kind of reflection. Then there are also called other labels, which probably are useful for us to understand reflection. One is descriptive writing. Now, descriptive writing is like it's just reporting what has happened in the class. Like, for example, there were 30 students in the class. I taught this lesson and then this did not go. So you just report. You just give a kind of a clinical report of what went in the class. Now, descriptive reflection is slightly more critical in thinking. So you record what went well with the class or what did not go well with the class. So that's the next level of reflection, slightly deeper. Now, dialogic reflection is trying to find the reasons for it at a more analytical level, more deeper kind of reflection, a deeper kind of reflection. Then critical reflection is the deepest kind of reflection, where you, like we explained in critical rationality, you look at several aspects of the same problem, try to synthesize them and understand, right? So these are levels of reflection. Now, benefits of reflection, we have already discussed how reflective practice can help us. It can, help us reevaluate, evaluate our experience. It can strengthen the quality and the effectiveness of our practice. And the most important thing is that with reflective practice, it is not that somebody is telling us, you do this, you do this, you do this. It is not top down. It is not prescriptive. It is not that our principal is telling us or CC is telling us or somebody is telling us. It emerges from our own practice. See, that's why it says practitioner generated knowledge. It's intuitive knowledge. Because it emerges from our own practice, it is more convincing for us, right? We can relate to it because the experiences are our own. And from our own experiences, we are trying to understand our practice. That is why it is more convincing, more relatable, and more personal and more rewarding when we engage in reflective practice. Because nobody is asking us to do it. We are doing it on our own. So that is much more convincing and rewarding as people. Now, techniques for reflection. How do we engage in reflective practice? We can ask our peers, as in our colleagues. Here, I want to talk about the idea of critical friends. Now, critical friends are professionals, people, our own colleagues, whose opinions, whose ideas, whose judgment we value. There are certain people who we have a lot of respect, right? So we have a lot of respect for them. We value their opinions. So we can invite such critical friends. It's a technical construct. Please do not use it loosely. So these critical friends, we can invite them to our class. We can ask them to observe our class and give their feedback on how we are able to manage our class. Or maybe there are certain specific things we can ask them to observe one particular aspect of our teaching. Like, for example, am I giving attention, spreading attention equally to all the members in the class? That is a common thing across subject areas. It can be an English class, math class, chemistry class. Teachers are expected to give equal attention to all students, right? So am I spreading my attention equally or not? One particular aspect of our teaching. So we can ask our critical friends, we can have critical friends, and we can ask them to observe our class and give us feedback. And then based on their feedback, we can have a discussion, we can improve our practice. Or we have written accounts. You have self-reports, you can write about your own teaching, like you saw descriptive writing, etc. Then we can have surveys and questionnaires. We can give surveys to our students. We can also give questionnaires to our students. We can give questionnaires to and surveys to our own colleagues. 3-4 of them can come and observe our class. Okay, so this is a very useful thing. I have done a lot of student feedback thing, which has helped me in my own practice. I have also published papers. In fact, one of the papers is very well read and well received by the academia. It's called teacher learning based on student feedback, learner feedback as a tool for continuing professional development. So it's a very, it's a tool that can really help us. Student feedback, we need to have the honesty and the courage to experiment with these things, but student feedback can be very, very valuable tool to improve our practice. Then we have autobiographies. Okay, we write about our own life stories, how we progress. This is a very interesting aspect. In fact, people have written books on this, as in research has been done in this area. We trace our own growth as teachers, how we started, maybe when we began, what were our challenges. As we progressed into our profession, how did we acquire more knowledge and therefore more confidence and therefore better teachers? And then what are our goals for the next 5 years or so? So we can write autobiographic accounts, and then we can also maintain journals. As I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, we can have reflective journals. Then we can have collaborative diary keeping. This is a very, very interesting tool for engaging in reflection. We can teach with 2-3 teachers, or we can write a diary. We can maintain a reflective diary together. You know, it's always helpful to share ideas. We become clear about several things when we talk about them. Okay, it happens several times that when we are discussing things with others, things become much clearer for us ourselves, right? So this is another tool. And then recording lessons. This is at the next level. If we have the courage and of course the technical support, we can also video record our lessons and then look at them later. And there is another tool called, what is it called? Okay, I forget, I'll get it. You can use that tool as well for when you record the lessons. You can record the lessons and look at them later. So these are all the tools for implementing reflective practice. Now, how do we 1:11. Okay, I'll just stop here. I'll show you something and then I'll stop. How to go about reflection. We can recall the lesson, we can reflect on the lesson, and we can draw conclusions on the lesson. So I will show you some questions which will help us. You can ask me, ma'am, how do we recall the lesson? What is the way to recalling our own lesson? How do I remember my own lesson? Are there any ways in which we can do it? And how do I reflect? I'm not very familiar with this idea of reflection. What are some of the questions that I can ask myself? And how do I understand my reflection? How do I understand the practice, the experiment that I have done, my own experience? So there are questions. I'll show you these questions and then we'll stop. Okay, this is for recalling the lesson. You can take a quick look at it. You can do any of these things. So you can pick out, like for example, note down any comments, feedback that your students gave while you were teaching. You can note that down when you're recalling, and then you can act on that, right? So these are the questions that help us in recalling our lesson. Shall I go to the next slide? Okay. Then this is for, what is the other one? Reflecting on the lesson. This is a very, very useful set of questions to engage in reflection. Okay. Are you done? Then the last thing is drawing conclusions. These are the questions that help us understand or make sense of our practice. I particularly like the last question. How do you come across to your own students as a teacher? What is it like to be taught by you? Put yourselves in the place of your students and write an honest account, right? So these are various ways of engaging in reflection, trying to understand, make better sense of our own practice. Yeah, it's 1:14. I think I'll wind up. Are you able to take a quick look at these questions? Okay, and then there isn't much time for other things. What happened? Okay. Thank you so much for your patience and for your participation and for sharing your experiences. All the best to all of you, and may you be reflective practitioners in times to come. Thank you so much.
Ma'am,
Thank you very
Yes,
much,
please.
ma'am.
yeah, I want to say something.
Yes, please.
In reflection through critical friends, okay, if you ask your friends, means sometimes they might be having a soft corner towards you, so they may hesitate to. Okay, so you can ask the people with whom you are not that friendly. If you ask with them, and they will give you the genuine feedback. If you really want to improve yourself, that will, I think, help you more, I think.
Yeah, you have a point. That's why we are saying critical friends. This is a technical construct, but you have a point. I totally agree. Your friends want to please you. They may not give you the actual idea. See, being a critical friend also needs a skill. It needs, I mean, you need to train your mind, right? So you should tell your friends, if they are your friends, actually, they should be able to tell you your loopholes, right? A best friend tells you what your limitations are. So these things have to be taken with a how do I say, with a sense of accountability and responsibility, so we can train ourselves and we can train our friends, right? So there are people who, the whole point here with critical friends is that these should be people whose ideas we value, right? And not just because they say something and we don't value their ideas. That doesn't work. Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
One
Despite
minute, one minute. Let me see how I stop. Yeah, okay. Stop.
Hello, ma'am.
1 minute. Yeah.
Ma'am, this is Dr. Radhika from NRC Vijayawada.
Yeah.
You gave a lot of an exhaustive inputs about this experiential and reflective learning. We learned a lot. Actually, we don't know certain things which we could not come across at all. So I just request you to please share this PPT of this particular presentation to CCE so that we can have a better knowledge of all these things, ma'am. That is my humble request.
It would be my pleasure. I'll definitely do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All the best. Thank you so much again for your patience and participation. So may I leave the meeting now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for extending your support. It's really wonderful presentation. I request NRC Tadepalligudem to propose vote of thanks immediately. Ma'am may be having some other work.
I am Dr. Chaitanya, lecturer in botany, GDC Kanpagam. I am speaking from NRC Tadepalligudem. I'm very happy to summarize the proposed vote of thanks after Dr. lecture. Ma'am, we have given such an extensive lecture on reflective practices. I think most of us might be reflecting or introspecting ourselves, but we don't know a systematic approach to reflective practice. Thank you so much for giving an extensive lecture to understand what is reflective practice, what are the different types, and how actually we have to practice. Thank you for the share. So I thank you very much for sharing your valuable lecture. We also thank the Commissioner of College Education, Commissioner of Research, for organizing such a good lectures for us to develop more and to know our guests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I now leave the session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Most welcome. My pleasure anytime. All the best. We're all the same. We belong to the same community, the teaching community.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye. Thank you. Take
Thank
care.
you, madam. Namaste. All NRCs are requested. Please join again by 2 o'clock.
Good afternoon, all of you. I think all the program coordinators and master trainers, please inform other participants also. The voting is in progress regarding this Scotch Award. So far, we are leading with 1,460 votes across India. But there are two departments which are closely following us. One is TOT, that is the Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. And another is Jagannath Vijayadevana is also there. So we have a tough competition between these two departments. So in this connection, if you, our department has to be in #1 position in share of voting, you please involve all your students and also vote from your side. And ask your students to share the screenshots also so that we can encourage them and we can also make a good competitive spirit among the students. So in this connection, I once again request you to please vote for this department. Voting for this department means it is a branding of our department, that is branding of faculty and branding of students also and your colleges. If we win this, then this represents a 15% share of vote, and the rest is 85% is from the jury that is already done there yesterday. So both the 15% and 80% share together, they will announce all India ranks. That means gold. If you get gold, it will be very beneficial for our department to flag off for this branding. So in this connection, I request your support. No doubt you all voted for. I request you to sensitize your students and also vote for this. The last date is 17th, but don't wait for 17th because on and off the server is also not functioning. Now it is functioning. Please ensure that you please share a message and sensitize your students immediately after going to your homes. Thank you very much.
I request once again all NRCs to switch on your videos. We welcome Pankaja ma'am for this training program once again. We welcome you ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I request NRC Tadepalli Gudem to introduce ma'am to the participants.
Good afternoon, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of all the participants of this TOT program, it's my privilege to introduce resource person for this session, Dr. M. Pankaja Madam Garu. Madam is working as lecturer in English in Government Degree College, Nagari. And Madam has done doctorate in English literature in African American literature. And there are number of accolades for Madam. To mention a few, Madam is the recipient of Lord Venkateshwara Endowment Prize for securing first rank in graduation in Sri Padmavati Women's Degree College, Tirupati. And Madam is also a proud recipient of HP Lingamurthy Gold Medal from Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, for being the university topper in MA English examination. And Madam is also selected as one of the meritorious students of the country by the Ministry of HRD, Department of Secondary and Higher Education, Government of India. And Madam is also the recipient of the Certificate of Appreciation for Academic Excellence by the Government of India. Madam is also honored with being the guest of the Prime Minister to witness and participate in the Republic Day Parade of 2002 from the Prime Minister's box. Madam presented several papers in seminars and conferences, and there are a number of publications to Madam's credit, and Madam co-authored 3 books and published 12 research articles. And very happy to share with you that Madam is the co-author of the book that we are very familiar with as far as NAC is concerned, which is Best Practices Among the Government Degree Colleges in Andhra Pradesh. And Madam is the co-author of that book. And Madam is also Madam is also involved in the preparation of the book Swarna Andhra Pradesh Vision in Action. And Madam is also the author of the Skill Journey, which is a learner-friendly book released by the Commissioner of College Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Madam is also one of the editors for Research Journal of English, an international online peer-reviewed journal. So Madam has a lot of teaching experience, and Madam is also an ELF trainer. So with this brief introduction, I humbly request Madam to enlighten the participants with this talk. Thank you, Madam.
Sir, thank you so much, sir, for your introduction. I'm so glad. And especially at the outset, I thank the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education for giving me an opportunity to meet the colleagues from different NRCs across the state. Thank you all. A very good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon. Is my voice audible?
Good afternoon, Madam. You are audible, Madam.
Audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. So how is your training going on? Hope you're all doing fine. You're doing well. You're doing very great. Sharing many ideas and knowledge with a new peer group coming across from different parts of the region. So thank you all. How is the training going on? May I kindly know? How are you all? If I'm right, this is the 3rd day. Is this the 3rd day? Okay, fine, good. Anyhow, my voice is audible, it seems. It's quite evident that this is the post-lunch session. Post-lunch session, generally we feel a bit drowsy. How many of you, to be honest, feeling drowsy? Please raise your hands. I could see. Can you please raise your hands? Those who are feeling drowsy. See, being the teachers, we have to follow the principle of honesty. Honesty is the best policy. Let us be very honest enough. To all of us, if you don't respond, definitely it could be a bit tough for the speaker to proceed further. Can I expect anyone from one of the NRCs to respond?
Are you all active in this afternoon session? Are you all active? Passive? Okay, you're all active. I take it for granted because we are all the teachers. Every day we know the pain that we undergo when we take the sessions in the afternoon to our students. That's
You're
very
active,
good.
madam.
Anyhow, yes, sir. Thank you. We are all you're active, huh? Okay,
We
that's
are
a
all
wonderful.
active, madam.
Yeah, that's it. So that means it could be very tough for the, the person other side. I mean, the speaker of the session. Definitely active participants means obviously you'll be proactive also. You'll be very keen on learning many things, many new things. So anyhow, wish you all the best for this session also, sir. And one thing, here is what I would like to announce in the very beginning of the session itself. Okay, hope my screen is visible. Rewards are waiting for you at the end of this session. Effective listener, effective speaker, effective writer, effective reader, best storyteller, effective problem solver, best decision maker, best team player. These are all the rewards that are awaiting for you at the end of this session. Only thing you are supposed to do it, try to be very effective in listening as well as participation, so that without your knowledge you are going to bag any of the awards or the rewards that have been displayed on the screen. Are you ready to take the challenge? Don't let any one NRC to bag all the rewards. Do you?
Yeah.
Do you leave all the credit to any one of the NRCs?
No.
Okay, so that's what, let us be very competitive in bagging the awards that have been displayed on the screen. You may question me, madam, how we are going to do, how we are going to give all these things. Of course, it is possible because based on the activities that I'm going to give you and your response from your side, I make a note of NRC which is going to participate actively in each and every activity or the task that I'm going to give, so that we'll declare at the end. A few of the friends I request to make a note of active participants also, starting from the starting till the end. Wish you all the best to everyone. All the very good luck. Are you all ready to take the challenges ahead?
Yes.
Yes, that's great, really. Very good post-lunch session, definitely. What is generally, how do we feel in the post-lunch sessions? Do you feel like taking a nap? Nap. NAP nap. Hope a few of you have taken good nap in the afternoon. But I request you humbly not to take siesta, not to go for siesta. I'll tell you the difference between nap and siesta at the end. Nap is okay, but already it should be done. But don't go with siesta. Okay. So let's start our session with match the following. So here are the images of, can I go with the slideshow? Yeah. Okay, you could see some great personalities in the left side of the screen and some kind of vocabulary that attributes to these personalities. Now, the time starts. I'll give you 30 seconds of time. Go with match the following. Match the following. Which NRC is going to respond?
NRC Vijayawada, madam.
Did you done, ma'am? Already you did it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, NRC Vijayawada, I am asking you, I'm giving 30 seconds of time to complete the task. Match it and get ready to give me the answers.
Yes, ma'am. For Mahatma Gandhi, it is humble. No,
Okay.
it is rational, principled, and judicial.
You
For
have to
Indira
take
Gandhi,
only one chance. Okay.
okay, sir. Okay, ma'am. For Indira Gandhi, it is self-confident, powerful, and assertive.
Excellent.
For Radhakrishnan, it is hard work, resilience, and positive attitude.
No. Thank you. You tried your level best. Second chance will not be given.
Okay.
That's why you only have to think. And before you act. Any other NRC? Any other NRC? Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Anyhow, you're very supportive and very active, very quick also. I appreciate you for your participation. Pardon?
NRC Tadapalgudem,
Okay, sir, please. NRC Tadepalligudem. Yes, please.
Yeah, 1B, 2D,
Yeah,
3C,
yeah.
4A.
Okay. B, C, D. Instead of that, can you utter the sounds, sir? Can you utter the words? I mean, can you
Yeah,
pronounce
one
the
Gandhi.
vocabulary?
For Gandhi, it is hard work, resilience, positive attitude.
No, sir.
And for Indira Gandhi,
No, sir. Thank you. Well tried. Well tried. Well tried. Okay, next, anybody? Can I give you a second chance, sir? NRC Tadepalligudem. Who is online? Who is online? NRC Kakinada. Yes, sir, please.
But one thing I want to see that I have with principal and judicial. And so number two, we are doing that is C, sir. Problem, proper recipe.
Okay, good.
And so, application that is, honor.
Oh, very good. Excellent.
That is B, hard work, resilience, positive attitude, madam.
Very good, sir. Fantastic. Give a big round of applause to NRC Kakinada. Participant from NRC Kakinada. I appreciate the participation of all the colleagues from other NRCs also, because what all we need in the classroom is active participation of the students. Don't think otherwise. I'm not calling you the students, and I'm not the teacher here. We are all friends gathered on a platform to share some information about a particular topic. But now, as of now, I didn't really reveal the topic. Let us reveal it to ourselves. Let us try. Hope it's very clear. So now we know, what do you think all these? Humble, caring, brilliant, honored. What are these? Can anybody respond? What are these? Humble, caring. Okay, let's look into them.
Adjectives, ma'am.
Pardon?
Adjectives.
Adjectives. Very good. Wonderful. So in
Qualities.
English, yes, in English grammar, we call them adjectives. So we are attributing certain adjectives to the personalities. That's great. Now let's go with your ideal teacher, your favorite student competition. I'll give you 1 minute of time. Please try to make a note of 5 personality traits that you feel very proud of about your ideal teacher. See, my dear friends, if we look back to our childhood and if we recollect the memories of our college days, we might have been taught by many teachers. But among the teachers who taught us, obviously there will be one favorite teacher for all of us, 1 or 2. Or we can call them as ideal teachers. On what grounds you feel them as ideal teachers? This is what my question. Apart from their subject knowledge, please kindly underline this one. Apart from the subject expertise, what made the particular teacher as your model teacher, either in your schooling or in college days? So time is up to you. 1 minute time. And here is a challenge for all my friends. This is not a small platform. This is a very big platform where nearly 1,000 participants are there. I think it could be a proud privilege for 1 or 2 of you to introduce your ideal teacher to this very big gathering. Take it as a challenge and go ahead with this. I'll give you 1 minute time to recollect your past and then make a note of the personality traits. Likewise, you do something about your favorite student also. Your time starts now.
Madam.
Yes, madam.
Madam, from GDC Parvatipur, ma'am.
Are you ready with the answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, fine, good. Shall we wait for some time, madam? Anyhow, opportunity will be given to you only because 1 minute time is given. Let all our friends write something about their model teachers. Yeah. The first chance goes to GDC Parvatipuram. Okay. Second chance goes to PVKN. Okay. Okay. About your favorite students, 2 more NRCs will be given a chance.
Nandyal, ma'am.
Pardon?
Nandyal, myself, Gayatri, ma'am. Nandyala, NRC Nandyal, ma'am.
Okay, Gayatri from NRC. I am making a note of that. NRC Nandyal. Okay, any other would like to introduce your favorite students to this big platform?
Inspire the students, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
NRC SRR was madam.
Okay, yes, sir.
Vijayawada,
Okay, anyhow.
madam.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I am Mary Krupabai from
Ma'am,
NRC
one
Vijayawada.
second, one
Okay.
second. One second, madam. Let us go in an order because the first chance I have to give it to GDC Parvatipuram, who responded first. So one
Yes,
from
ma'am. Can you
GDC
start, ma'am?
Parvatipuram would like to introduce.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's one madam. She is going to introduce her ideal teacher to this big gathering. Ma'am, are you ready?
Madam, let me introduce myself, ma'am. I'm Besilochana from GDC Parthipuram.
Okay.
Madam, in my opinion, ideal teacher must be empathetic.
Okay.
And must have emotional intelligence.
Excellent.
And must have positive attitude and with the proper body language.
Okay, fantastic. So, do you think your teacher has all these personality traits?
Yes, ma'am. I hope so.
Okay. So, you didn't introduce the name of your teacher, ma'am, your favorite teacher?
Nagamani ma'am at my 5th standard.
Oh, very great.
She used to be very
Subject,
empathetic.
pardon?
Her subject is mathematics.
Okay, very good. So, your subject, madam?
I'm an English lecturer.
English lecturer. Okay, anyhow, not an issue. So, your teacher has inspired you a lot. Anyhow, she was a model teacher possessing like empathy, emotional intelligence, and positive attitude. That's fantastic. Now the chance goes to PVK and Chittur.
Thank you.
First, please kindly introduce yourself and introduce the name of your model teacher and her or his personality traits.
Good afternoon, madam.
Very good afternoon.
It's from PVK Government College Chittoor.
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Vidya.
Ma'am, voice is not clear, madam. Could you make it a bit more clear? Yeah.
So the teacher must be punctual.
Hmm.
And having the empathy.
Okay.
Impartial.
Great.
Hardworking.
Okay.
Problem solving nature.
Oh, fantastic. You are covering all the personality traits. Then you know who is your ideal teacher, madam? May I kindly know? Srividya, madam. Is it Srividya, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's great. Okay. In which standard she taught you, ma'am?
5th class.
Oh, all 5th class. Okay, that's a wonderful. So I request all the NRC participants to give a big round of applause to the ideal teachers. So though they did not teach us, but we imbibe certain qualities from the teachers whom we treat as ideal. That's really fantastic. Now the chance of introducing a favorite student goes to Gayatri madam from NRC Nandyal and a participant from SRR College. First, Gayatri madam from NRC Nandyal. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Our ideal teacher, ma'am.
No, now your chance is to introduce your favorite student.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
So maybe facing the any type of risk by giving the any type of the problem solutions and facing the creativity by the students and also the role model to take the other students and the other personalities and getting the more knowledge about the student, ma'am.
Yeah, that's good. But you know, my question is, I'm asking you to introduce your favorite student to this big platform. See, my favorite student is Mr. Yagnesh.
When the student
He is
is
very
disciplined
punctual, he
manner,
is
ma'am.
very dedicated like that. Yes?
My student like the one Kishore, ma'am. He is the very disciplined student, ma'am.
Fantastic. Discipline. Next.
Discipline, ma'am. And also he settled very well, ma'am. And
Yes, ma'am. Discipline, fine. Next, any other personality trait?
And motivate others, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
Motivate others, ma'am. Like a leadership qualities maybe in the student, ma'am.
Okay.
Productive output also, ma'am.
Fantastic. He is very committed and dedicated. Okay.
And he can also moral values, ma'am.
Okay, the values. Okay, he possesses several values. That's really wonderful, ma'am. Thank you, Gayatri, madam. Due to, I mean, like, you know, scarcity of time, I'm giving, so that's wonderful. I thank you. And next chance goes to SRR. SRR Vijayawada. Okay.
Lecturer in political science, madam. An ideal teacher should always use simple language, madam, in the classroom.
Fantastic. Very good.
Next, an ideal teacher
Okay.
always okay, student ideal teacher always update her knowledge, everywhere, madam.
Okay.
Next, an ideal teacher should be a writer, madam.
Oh,
in the way of research, etc., madam.
Good.
Next, an ideal teacher uses dress and addresses in a good manner, madam.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you all. Thank you so much for your active participation. But few of the participants have missed the essence of my instruction. But it's okay, not an issue. So a big salute to all the ideal teachers, and a good token of appreciation to all the favorite students who got been introduced on this big platform. Very good. Let me go with. So that means when I gave you an other than the subject knowledge, other than the commitment of the students as far as academics, what made them so special? What made, other than the subject expertise, other than the academic progress? So that means apart from the IQ, there is something that is very important. There is something more important than IQ for all of us. To have to be ideal or to be the favorite of many. Let us see what are those. See, here is a list of, otherwise some vocabulary was given on the board. Here are these are all skills. There are two different types of skills that have been displayed on the screen. So now I think like all of you are having your scribbling pads. Get ready with your pen. I keep on reading one after the other, mark as one, and then again is that, you write whether it is a hard skill or a soft skill. I'll keep on reading the words. No need for you to write the words again in your scribbling pad. Just write it. MS of, shall I start? Shall I start? Let me see how many of you are going to get 20 out of 20. 20 out of 20. MS Office. Don't reveal it. I'm going to give you answers at the end. Then you can correct on yourself. So MS Office, just write it, put one number, one, and then by the side of that you write whether it is HS or SS. HS stands for hard skill, SS stands for soft skill. MS Office. Second one, public speaking. Third one, coding. Fourth, marketing. Fifth, leadership. Sixth, management. 7, report writing. 8, responsibility. 9, emotional balance. 10, testing. Hope you're all with me. Empathy. 11, empathy. 12, civility. 13, research. Some active participant is there, my friend. He is revealing all the answers. Please kindly keep it to yourself. Budgeting. 14, budgeting. 15, decision making. 16, etiquette. 17, typing. 18, grooming. 19, team spirit. 20, creativity. So no grace time will be given. Let us check the answers. Are you ready? Are you all ready? Would you like to go with exchange of books? Would you like to exchange the books with your friends? Okay, anyhow. If you're okay, if you feel comfortable, exchange the book with your friend. If not, correct yourself. MS Office, hard skill. Public speaking, soft skill. Coding, hard skill. Marketing, hard skill. Leadership, soft skill. Management, hard skill. Report writing, hard skill. Responsibility, soft skill. Emotional balance, soft skill. Testing, hard skill. Empathy, soft skill. Civility, soft skill. Research, hard skill. Budgeting, hard skill. Decision making, soft skill. Etiquette, soft skill. Typing, hard skill. Grooming, soft skill. Team spirit, soft skill. Creativity, soft skill again. Now, let us reveal the score. How many, which NRC is leading with a good number of participants scoring 20 out of 20?
So, madam, can you repeat the number of hard skills and number of soft skills so that?
Not the number. Here number doesn't matter. Only thing is which is
No, ma'am. Like it's 3, 7 like that. So that because we have written in that order 3, 7. So we wrote in that way.
Okay, I'll tell you number of hard skills then. Then based on that, you can count the soft skills. Okay.
Yes.
Nine, madam. 9 hard skills are there. Not even 9, 1. Please make a note of the hard skills: MS Office, coding, marketing, management, report writing, testing, research, budgeting, typing. These are the hard skills. Remaining all are soft skills. So how many of you scored 20 out of 20? Or let me ask you the question like, which NRC is leading with a good number of participants with? Okay, so among the participants, a good number of participants should get 20 out of 20, sir. Okay, anyhow, let's move on. So that means what? You got a clear-cut distinction between among the skills that are very essential to promise progress in life, progress in professional life. We need both hard skills as well as soft skills. But what are more important these days compared to hard skills? Much priority is given to soft skills. We call them as life skills. Soft skills are otherwise called life skills. Skills that are very essential to lead the life successfully. So this is what, if we want to lead quality life, we need soft skills. Why? Because let us see the differences. So all been introduced to hard skills also. Hard skills can be learned through education, experience, or training. For example, there is a hard skill. The very first and foremost, MS Office. You can excel in MS Office, or you can have command in MS Office by attending 1 month course in a 1 month course, or else 2 months course. You will get some certificate, or you will be trained in that. Likewise, in coding or marketing or whatsoever. But you know, what is the time duration that you require to be proficient in this public speaking? 1 month course, is it enough to be effective in public speaking? Or to public speaking? How can you learn civility? Are there any centers which are giving you training for, like, you know, after attending 1 month program in our institution, you'll be very good at empathy and something else? Can you? So no, we don't have. Why? Because hard skills can be learned through education and experience and training, but whereas soft skills are personality traits. Personality traits that can be developed over time. Over time, from where do we get these soft skills? We get from the parents, we get from the surroundings, we get from the environment or the professional environment. So something like, you know, based on the association that we maintain in our life, based on the changes that we undergo in life, okay, we are going to inculcate certain soft skills. So there is a time limit. I mean, like, you know, for hard skills, but whereas soft skills can be learned throughout the life for that matter. But whereas these hard skills are job specific skills, but soft skills are, they vary from company to company. One small, big difference between hard skills and soft skills, or how can we define is, hard skills can take you to the job. Hard skills can take you to the job, but whereas your soft skills will make you to sustain in that job. taking up to the job and then, making us or enabling us to sustain in the job. It's quite different. If you want to sustain in a profession for such a long duration, or if you want to enjoy the quality of the profession, we have to inculcate certain soft skills. So this is what the difference between hard skills and soft skills. So here is a list of several hard skills as well as soft skills. In this class or in this session, I'm going to deal with a few soft skills that are going to be mentioned under these headings. Soft skills social, soft skills thinking, soft skills negotiating. All my friends, when I asked you to talk about your ideal teachers, ideal student, or else your personality traits, you have quoted certain personality traits, we can say. So you said communication skill. It's an important soft skill. To which category, under which category it falls into? Communication skills, does it come under soft skills social or soft skills negotiating? Etiquette, as you have told, does it come under social or thinking or negotiating? So that means what, to better understand soft skills, we can group them into three categories, broad categories. First one is social, soft skills thinking, and then negotiating. Let's go with one by one. Here is a list. It may not be the, there are several, but I grouped only a few soft skills here. So soft skills, communication skills, interpersonal skills, positive attitude, values, perception and etiquette comes under soft skills social. Whereas thinking, creativity, problem solving and decision making. Under negotiating, we discuss time management, stress management, emotional intelligence and teamwork. So these are all the things which we are going to discuss based on the time that is going to permit us. Let me try at a quick. So very first and foremost thing is communication skills. Can anybody define communication? Is it a buzzing word these days? Communication skills. Is it a new term for all of us?
Yes, ma'am. This is exchange of ideas, opinions, information, facts, and experiments. Experiences with others is known as communication.
Very good, madam. Very good. Excellent answer.
Feelings, emotions.
Okay. So communication, through communication, we are not only going to exchange information. We can exchange feelings, we can exchange ideas, and then attitudes from one person to another person. That's a wonderful answer. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So let's see, communication these days has become a buzzing word. Why it is so buzzing? If you have communication skills, you will be successful in life. If you don't have good communication, you're going to lag behind. What is the relativity of success and then communication skills in this era of cutthroat competition? I can say that we are living in the era of cutthroat competition. So every millisecond is very important for us if we do not update. So why communication skills are very important these days? What happens if we do not exchange the information? Learning stops, sir. Very good. Excellent answer, because we are living in a globalized era. Okay, that's fantastic answer. We are living in a global village, we can say. So that's a very good answer. If we do not communicate, learning will be stopped. Learning will be stopped. When there is no learning, we are going to miss the flavor of life, that's all. We are not going to meet the expectations of the next generations. So all these things will happen if we do not excel in communication skills. Communication skills is not a new term. It has originated, like communication started with the beginning of civilization. But these are the days where we are, listening more about communication skills and the importance of communication skills and effectiveness of communication skills. Let us go with why it is so important these days. Say communication originated from a word called commune. It is a Latin word. Commune means to interact or share. Second point here is, it is a branch of social science. So now the platform is multidisciplinary in nature. The participants of this proficiency in English TOT are, do they all belong to English subject alone? Are they all English language teachers? No, we are all multidisciplinary. So that means what? Commerce, and then, all different. So that means we are all from different arts as well as the science background. So, but still, all of you have been introduced with this topic called soft skills. So that means soft skills or communication skills cannot be I mean, like, they're not only important, they're not only important to English teachers, they're important to every one of us. Why? Because we are all social. I can say that man is gregarian, social animal. Where do this man live? In a wild forest or in a society? Where are we all living? In the society. So society means it's a standard. Society consists of standard set of rules, like how we have to be. So how we have to dress, how we have to speak, how we have to do, how we have to interact. All these things, these are the standard set of rules. So so that's why communication skills are very important these days. It is not subjected only to the language teachers. It is very important irrespective of the discipline. We are all human. We have to interact with others. Either it is to meet our basic needs, or to enhance our knowledge, or to meet the expectations of the next generations. Then it is fundamental to the existence and survival of organizations. See, our institutions are progressive. How are the institutions are progressive? Because based on the communication, good communication among the participants or the stakeholders of the institution or the organizations. If we all collectively work for the vision of the organization, definitely there will be a success. First of all, what we need is understanding. That understanding is possible only through good communication. So it is multidisciplinary in nature, you know that pretty well. And communication masters two things, sir. If we excel in communication skills, we will be very good at social, and second one is professional relationships. What are these social relationships? What are these professional relationships? Can I expect any one of you to respond? Social relationships. What are these? What happens if we do not have good social relationship, otherwise good professional relationships? What happens? Pardon?
Social
Can you lead your life happily?
Social relationship
Take
means
for example our home. Pardon?
Social relationship means our relationship means communication skills when build the good relationship between the our good relationship, man. So we can share our ideas, and also we share our any type of the needs to the relationship, man. So professional relationship means the when we are working in any type of the institutions, we can communicate to each other with colleagues, ma'am. So when we are facing any problems in our the institution, we can share to one another's, ma'am.
Okay,
so it is
that's
a
good,
difference between the social relationship and also the professional relationship, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for your answer. Social relationships. Just for take for example, our home is a part of a society. You have a big quarrel at home with your beloved, otherwise with your child or somebody else. Can you be happy the entire day? If you have a quarrel with somebody at home, can you be happy? No. So that means there is a problem called communication problem. Suppose imagine you have a small fight with one of your colleagues or the best friend at the college or office. Okay, you got some difference. Can you be happy at your work environment? No. See, obviously one can never be. Why? Because communication has will, promises, understanding. And there is a threat for that understanding. Obviously, we are going to miss two things in life. Number one is good social relationship, and the second one is professional relationship. So what all we need is good communication. If you are effective communicators, you're going to promise two valuable assets to yourself. You will be accepted as a very good human being, at the same time very good employee of any organization. Is there anybody who would like to ask? Then the last one is communication is an who taught your baby to call Amma in the very beginning? Amma, Nana, Akka. Did you give training to your child in the very beginning? I mean, when they grow up? No. So they start speaking on their own. So our job is to correct them as and when the days pass on. How did the baby pick up the words? How do you think the baby will pick the words? Through listening? Can I say it's through listening? Yes? Yes. Okay, fine. So through listening, the baby will pick the words. So that means what is the very first and foremost step in learning, in communications? That's what listening is very important to learn a language. Let's go with professional life and communication. Of course, communication is nothing but an exchange of information. But why these days proficiency of English communication is very important? If I say fluency in English is communication, how many of you will accept? Fluency of English is communication. Do you accept with my statement? Can any one of you?
No, madam.
No. Then what else, sir?
So there are so many.
Okay.
Steps are involved.
I think the voice is not clear, sir, but you said fluency of English alone is not communication. That's a wonderful answer. Big round of applause to the respondent. Thank you so much, sir, for your answer. Now let's see why proficiency of English communication has to do nothing with English language. You can speak in any language for that matter. Ultimate objective of communication is understandability. You have to let the target group understand what you're speaking. If you're successful in that, means you are successful in the process of communication. But why communicative English? Why this 6-day training in developing or in improving your proficiency in English language? So here, before I talk to you about how much time we are spending in communicating in English, otherwise regional languages, let me give you 2 questions. How many countries across the globe, in how many countries across the globe, English is taught? How many countries? English is taught in how many countries across the globe? Can anybody answer to my question? Maybe a quiz. In how many countries English is taught? English is taught as no idea. But I don't know why the voice is not clear.
67 different.
That's a wonderful answer. I think you are a tech savvy. Did you Google it? Okay, that's really wonderful. 67 countries you said. So that's not the right answer. Any other trial?
80%, ma'am.
Oh, that's an intelligent answer. Okay. Any other? Can anybody give a very apt answer to this? There are 118 countries. How many countries? 118. 118 countries English is taught. So this itself is denoting the growing demand for the language. What happens if you get proficiency in English language? You will enhance your knowledge. You will get an opportunity to improve your skills, and your work may be widespread. Then you can lead a good social and professional relationship, and apart from that, you can lead a quality life. So this is what these are the users. These are the users. See, the thing is, English is a very demanding language these days. I don't mean that our regional languages are not up to the mark. See, if you want to enjoy the flavor of life, just go with our regional languages, no doubt in that. But we need our, if you want to lead a successful life, you have to, or we have to have proficiency of English language. Why? Because these are the statistics. 70 to 80% of total working time of a professional is spent on communication. Leave behind whether we are speaking or whether we are communicating in Telugu or English or some other regional languages. But 70 to 80% of the time we are spending on communication. But if you take a metropolitan cities, otherwise a corporate sector, nearly 65%, 64.14% is spent on communicating in English, 27% in Hindi, 8 to 9% in regional languages. Where would you like to see your children? Your children means our children in the colleges. Would you like to see them in the regional localities itself, or would you like to expose them to the external world? Where do we want to see our children? Where do we want to see our children? Our children in the sense, our students. We'd like to, we would like to give them a good life, a quality life, which will be promised through a good position in the demanding field. So for that purpose, we should get ourselves ready so that in turn we'll get our students ready for the competitive society. So this is what. So why English? Why communication in English? Because why why communicative English is important? Okay, fine, good. Let us move on. So this is what the reason why we need what is meant by the proficiency of English language. See, here is, for example, if you take, there are two differences, like British English on one side, spelling wise as well as vocabulary wise. Being Indians, we are following which English we are all following? British English or American English? Which English we are following?
British, ma'am.
British English. Very good. So here are a few words. Spelling wise, there are some differences, and vocabulary wise also there are certain differences between British and American. If you see spelling, grey, spelling is Grey, grey. Here it is Gray. Which is American, which is British? As you said, it is British English. We are following. Which one is British English?
Gray, British.
Very good. Excellent, madam. Gray is American English.
American English.
Fantastic. Defense. In writing exclusively, we are following British English only. Okay. But whereas in speaking, just to see on vocabulary part, coriander, cilantro, autumn, fall, football, soccer, CV, resume. On the left side, you have British English vocabulary. On the right, these are the American English vocabulary. If you take, for example, CV or resume, which we generally come across, like we use at the institution level.
While
What is
speaking, you'll use vocabulary.
Okay. No, CV. Which term we use at our institution level? Resume. Don't we use CV? Don't we use the word CV, curriculum vitae?
Of course, it is also used.
Okay, which one do you generally come across? Like, suppose luggage, baggage. Which term you use? Luggage and baggage. Which is British English, which is American English? Luggage is British English, whereas baggage is American English. Okay, fine. So in India, do we use only luggage? Don't we ever use baggage? Biscuits and cookies. Biscuits and cookies. Biscuits is British English, whereas cookies are American English. Which one we are using? Only biscuits or cookies? We use both. Am I right? Am I right? In India, we are using both during like vocabulary wise. So that's why our English is IVE. We can simply call it. IVE is nothing but Indian variety of English. Indian variety of English. So then, we have another terminology which is very much close to this. Do you think the pronunciation of all the speakers of English is alike? Are we all speaking English alike? Okay, differences are there, right? And why these why these differences? Which English is correct? Is my English correct or your English correct? So many resource persons are coming and taking the sessions. You can find a big difference in their pronunciation, right? So why these variations in pronunciations? Because we are pronouncing based on RP. RP is called received pronunciation. Received pronunciation. However you receive, you repeat the word. So the more we repeat, then that's going to be the standard. So received pronunciation. So there could be some kind of differences also for that. Okay, this is not the time to discuss much about, because we are talking about soft skills. So communication skills are very, very important these days, and especially communication in English is also very important. See, this is communication. Generally, communication means transformation of information ideas. But I can say this, communication is an art. Communication is an art. Just like when I asked you to quote your favorite student, our students will also have their favorite teachers. What makes our students to treat you or me as their favorite teachers? Is it the content what you are going to deliver in the class, or is it how you are delivering the topic? What is the big difference? What and how? What is the content that you are going to deliver? How is, in what way you are delivering the content in the class? Which plays a vital role? Which plays an important role? Is it what matters or how matters?
The way of presentation is more important.
Yes, sir. Fantastic answer, sir. So that's what, how we deliver the concept is very important rather than what. So that's what, excellent answer. Thank you so much, sir, for your answer. And finally, here is like, communication is a meaningful interaction among human beings. Meaningful. What is meant by interact? For some time, there should be some meaning or output out of that. So if not, pardon?
You should reach the receiver, madam. Then it is meaningful.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So communication is a meaningful interaction. Here, can any of my friends, can you disclose the difference between conversation and communication? Conversation and communication. There are two important things, conversation and communication. Can anybody?
Madam.
Yes, sir.
It's two-way process, madam. Communication is one-way process, madam.
Communication is one-way process, sir.
It should be receiver. When you communicate, communication has to be receiver.
Which is two-way process?
Conversation is two-way process. Because of both the persons interacting in the conversation.
Excellent.
They express their ideas.
Okay, wonderful answer, sir. So now my question is, am I communicating to you or am I conversing with you? Here is, I got a big doubt.
The things are happening now in this class.
Pardon?
Things are happening now. You are communicating and the conversation is also going on.
That's a tricky answer. So both the things are happening. So
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
okay, anyhow, how it happens, let us see. Like, say, I think all of us might be well known about Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Garu. So in his autobiography, Wings of Fire, he quoted a very clear-cut distinction between conversation and communication. Conversation and if you want to understand the difference between these two terms, he asks you to experience a classroom when you are late by 10 minutes. Hope you're all getting me. If you are late by 10 minutes to the class, can you expect your class to be so silent and calm? Your class is at 11 a.m., sir. You are late to the class by 10 minutes. How do you expect your class in general? Okay, there will be a lot of mess in the classroom. Shoutings will be there, screamings. Otherwise, two students might be talking to each other. So many things may happen in the 10 minutes time. But after your lecture, when the next teacher comes and pose a question to the student, what was your previous class and what was the subject taught to you? What was the lesson? Don't your students give them a common feedback? Common answer? You are late to the class by 10 minutes. Okay. After entering the class, if you pose a question to your students, what are you all doing? Do your students respond to your question? Or do they maintain silence? After 10 minutes of break, 10 minutes, I'm talking about after 10 minutes. Generally, they don't give any
Yes,
answer.
ma'am, some of the students may maintain silence also.
Of course, they do maintain. But do they answer you back? What are you all doing? Do they answer you? Do they give you a common answer?
No, ma'am, they don't.
Okay. After your 1 hour lecture, if some other teacher comes and asks about the previous class and the particulars of the topic that were dealt, don't they give a common answer?
Yes.
Yes. So this is the difference between conversation and communication. That's why conversation is the base for communication. No doubt in that. Without conversation, there is no communication. But communication is a meaningful interaction among human beings. Please kindly note this. So let's move on to this stage. Communication is a process. Communication is a process. What is, communication may not happen. Pardon? Is there any question? Okay. Let me go back. Say right now, I want chicken biryani. Can anybody? The very moment I feel like having chicken biryani, can I? Or else imagine that your favorite food is chicken biryani, but you don't know how to cook it. I'll give you all the ingredients. I'll give you chicken, I'll give you rice, I'll give you spices, everything I'll give you. If you don't know how to cook that, can you prepare a biryani? Can you prepare a biryani? Don't give me a tricky answer like by following YouTube, I can prepare. But generally, if we do not know how to cook, the ingredients will be, like there is no use of the ingredients. What are the two major ingredients of chicken biryani? My dear friends? Chicken and rice. Chicken and rice. That's a wonderful answer. Chicken and then rice. So who are the main ingredients of communication process? Communication process?
Sender and receiver.
Excellent answer. All the answers are there on the screen only. Only thing you have to think, look at the screen and then answer me. Sender and receiver. These are the two main ingredients of communication process. Okay, I am ready. You are ready. No doubt. I am ready to share my information. You are ready to take the information at the time. When time permits, you can give me back also. That's secondary. Now, I am ready. You are ready. I'll start my session like Sukamaniya. Sugamaniya. Why are you all so silent? I'm asking you. Sugamaniya. Baksham enganundu. Baksham enganundu. Enganundu parishilanam.
Medium is changed.
Oh, very good. Fantastic. See, but can you try to answer me? Sugamaniya. Parishilanam enganundu.
Malayalam.
Oh, language you're picking up, but anyhow, fine. Sugamaniya, how are you? What is the language? Malayalam only. The meaning of Sugamaniya is, how are you?
How are you?
Inakku Sugamanu. Inakku Sugamanu means I am fine.
I'm fine.
Nandi, thank you. Okay. Enganundu parishilanam. Enganundu parishilanam. How is the training? Parishilanam means training. You are all in training since 3 days. How is the training? Okay. Had your lunch, all of you, in the afternoon? Had your lunch?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Baksham enganundu. I think now you can relate it. Enganundu means how. Baksham means food. How is the lunch? So something else you can pick up. So the thing is, I'm ready, you're ready, but we do not have a common understandable language. So that's why there was some kind of confusion. I asked you, Sugamaniya, Parishilanam enganundu. So something else you cannot follow because we did not adapt the suitable language. So communication has to do nothing with English language alone. Please kindly note this, my dear friends. Communication is something that should promise understanding. Then which language we have to adapt means any language for that matter, based on the stakeholders. Then why this proficiency in English means because this is the need of the hour. So irrespective of the subject, irrespective of the discipline that we belong to, we all need proficiency of English so that we can promise a kind of progress to ourselves, which in turn reflects on the students. So this is what the reason. So when you have information with you, you will transmit it through language to the receiver. Then this is the first phase of communication. As just now, a few minutes ago, one of my friends have told that conversation is one-way process, one-way or two-way. But whereas communication is a two-party affair. It's a two-way process. First process is giving information. Second phase is giving feedback. When I'm asking you, a few of my friends are responding. What do you mean by that? Are they all giving feedback, responding?
Responding is the completed of the communication process.
See, those who are responding, you are getting me. You are getting me means you are understanding what the information receiving from the sender. Once you understand, you feel like respond because you'll become more enthusiastic to give something back. So that is nothing but feedback phase. Did you notice any sandwich on the screen, my dear friends? Is there any sandwich? Okay, sandwich is there. What is this sandwich? What is this sandwich? Why this sandwich in the middle?
Sandwich is the feedback, ma'am.
Oh, very good. So sandwich, why this sandwich coming middle? So that's also English, not an issue. So sandwich, why? What is the relativity of this sandwich to English? Sorry, feedback. Okay. So here, when you give feedback, either to your colleague or either to a student or your superior or a subordinate, follow the principle of sandwich. So the principle of sandwich is
ready to eat, ma'am. That sandwich is, we are ready to eat that sandwich. It means
you're ready. Okay, most probably.
Completion of the communication process.
Oh, very good. Fine, madam. So, but you know, sandwich is here to teach you feedback process. How to give feedback to others. Even if you don't like, if you like, sometimes, you know, we may like, sometimes we may not like, but still, you're not here to discourage anybody. Try to encourage everyone as far as you can. I'm not talking about the training platform and something else at your institution level. But only thing, just follow the principle of sandwich model. What is the sandwich model? Just like we have two bread slices on the top as well as the bottom. Those two bread slices, like, you know, remain for praise. Before giving feedback, just tell them, oh, that's really very good. You did a good job. But, okay, if you have been done like this or that, it could have been more better. Fine. Finally, again, anyhow, that's a fantastic job. I appreciate it. So what happened here? First you praised, then next, you know, you have given your criticism, and then again you have closed it with a praise. So what is the principle of giving a feedback? So that there won't be any enemies for you at your work environment or at home. Suppose imagine your better half served you a delicious dish, but she forgot to put in salt in that. Can you shout at her? If you shout, what happens? She may ask you, how is it? Or something else. Don't say anything bluntly on the face of your beloved. Just tell her that it's really very good. If you have added a bit salt to this, then it could have been tasted more better, something better. So there ends the matter. So this is how you have to give feedback. See, my dear friends, follow this so that everyone will be your friends, both at social circle as well as professional circle. Let's move on. There are two types of communication, verbal and non-verbal. Which is very important? Which is very important? Generally, we feel verbal is very important, which happens in oral as well as written. And non-verbal is more important these days than verbal communication. So, if I ask you to talk about all this, there are 11 aspects that have been displayed on the screen. I'll give you 1 minute time. Can any one of my friends give a briefing about you? One sentence about each. Only one sentence. About your birth, about your parents, about your siblings. Only one sentence. Can anybody? Can any one of you give your self introduction based on the clues displayed on the screen?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, please. Who is ready? Tadepalli Gudam. Sir, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you for your handsome smile. First of all, thank you for your handsome smile, I said. I give you a compliment. Please kindly have it. Okay.
I think you are following the sandwich principle, ma'am. Thank you.
No, I'm truly speaking. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. For the first one, I am born on June 18th, 1985. And my parents are Venkat Lakshmi and Prabhakar Rao.
Okay.
And my siblings, they have a elder brother by name Ram Babu. He is working in a private firm.
Okay.
And I spent my childhood in my village by name Mopi Devi, which is in Krishna district. And my schooling was at a government school, ZPHS, up to 10th class. And yeah, schooling was at the government school.
Okay.
And I have very few friends. I don't have many friends. I have very few friends, a few friends only. And most of my memories are in my during the graduation and during my post graduation. And I am regarding college. So I am very much fortunate to have my graduation at APRDC because I got to know what is life in my college life and in my profession. So whatever I learned from the college, particularly from the degree college, I am trying to implement in my profession, that is as a lecturer. And my achievements, I am the only government employee from my village to have,
That's
to
really
only
great,
tested
sir.
for
Okay.
regret. I don't have any regret so far. Thank you.
You don't have. Okay. Any very big round of applause to sir. Your name, sir?
My name
Can
is
I name it as Mr. Handsome Smile? Mr. Handsome Smile award goes to?
Yeah, I'm able to see him.
Your name, sir, please?
Krishna Chaitanya Mohadevi.
Krishna Chaitanya. Okay. Which subject you deal with?
I'm a lecturer in history, ma'am.
Okay. Very good. Krishna Chaitanya Garu, very happy to learn many things about you. You are only the one about whom 1,000 participants have come to learn about. Very nice. Because you grabbed the opportunity. So that's why. See, opportunities never wait for us. Whenever they come across, you have to grab so that you can prove yourself. That's a wonderful thing, sir. I appreciate you for that. Shall I move on? So, okay. Another question. If I ask any one of you to write about all these points in a scribbling pad, how much time do you take? If I ask you to write about all these things, how much time do you require? Do you require more time than this? Yes or no? For oral communication, in oral communication, time will be saved. Whereas in written communication, time consumption will be more. So this is the major difference. But anyhow, verbal communication, both put together, oral and written, the impact of verbal communication in a classroom will be 35%. What is the percent? 35%. What is going to be the other part of the communication? That is non-verbal communication. Its role will be 65. How many of you will agree to this? Impact of verbal communication is 35. Impact of non-verbal will be 65.
Yes, ma'am.
So all of you accept with this?
Yes, ma'am. This is Dr. Radhika, ma'am, from NRC Vijayawada. Non-verbal communication is much more in the class with our gestures towards students and with our with our signs, with our eyes and with our hands and shaking and patting on their back, etc., etc.
Oh, fine,
Non-verbal
good.
expressions.
Just now, Krishna Chaitanya sir and then Radhika madam have responded. If I would like to say that their participation, otherwise their answer is, what do you mean by this? If I show you like this.
Excellent or superb.
Do you need any translation to this?
No.
No, anybody can understand, right? Now I'm going to give you a different thing. Okay, this is okay. Then what is this? What does it denote? Victory. Am I right or wrong?
Victory.
Ah, fine, good. If I say, please calm down, right? Okay, then. If I see, this is what? How many of you know this symbol? Know this gesture? I'll tell you at the end. I'm not going to disclose it now. Come on, try to get it. Okay, anyhow, let's move on. See, both verbal and verbal communication carries only 35% of impact, whereas non-verbal. See, just to see the slide before and slide after, which is so colorful. First one or the second one? Which is dragging your attention? This slide or this slide? So that means first impression is the best impression. So our non-verbal communication play a vital role in giving more impact. So if you take, for example, first of all, here is a lion. It's a symbolic representation. He is in the middle. I don't fill the space. I'll just keep an image of a lion, and at the end there will be a man. He is lion man. What is that? Can you fill the gap? He is a lion man. What does this lion stands for? Bravery, right? Yeah, that's good. Otherwise, he is a powerful man. He is a brave man. What is that? He is a brave man. So, like this, you can. So, actually, non-verbal communication consists of all these things and facial expressions, kinesics. Kinesics is nothing but your body movements. That's a touch language. Postures means how you sit matters. See, I could notice many of my friends who are sitting in the front row, they are maintaining a good posture. Good posture means if you stretch your legs in front, if you stretch your leg, what do you mean by stretching the legs? By sitting in the front row. Does it communicate well about you?
Relaxing.
Yeah, relaxing. So that means it never gives good feedback. Okay, so that's it. And if you see the picture here, what is he? Position? Is he alert in the classroom or is he something relaxing as you said? He's relaxing, the posture. And here is space language. So that is nothing but your proxemics. Eye contact is also very important because eyes are the gateways of communication. Looking into the eyes of others and then speaking means you are highly confident. Can you imagine a thief looking straight into the eyes of a police officer? Can you imagine? Can you assume a thief looking straight into the eyes of a police officer? Can he? Like this. He never, because he did something wrong. So if we can look into the eyes of others and then speak, it shows your confidence level. Okay, I think so all these things takes much time to discuss, but let us move on. So one thing you have to remember is eye contact is very important when you are speaking to others. Okay, body language and verbal communication. Verbal communication without non-verbal communication is a painting without colors and a song without orchestra. I hope you followed. Right? Verbal without non-verbal is a painting without colors and a song without orchestra. So imagine that. So that's it. We'll proceed further. So here are 4 faces. Can you tell me how is this face? The very first face displayed on the screen.
Smiling.
Is he happy? Happy. Okay, I don't know. Maybe he got an award like Best Speaker Award. And second one. Angry. Yeah, our face when our students won't come to our expectations, or else your boss face when you don't go up to the expectations of your boss. And here is, what is this face? What is the feeling that you can
Jealous.
notice here?
Jealous.
Jealous. Very good. Jealous. Okay. Here some kind of disappointment. Let's move on. Here is Albert Mehrabian. who said that body language plays a vital role in the system of communication. So 7%. When you get into the class, when you start your presentation, the impact of spoken words will be 7% on the listener. Impact of tone of voice will be 38%, and impact of body language will be 55%. So this is what the rule called 7-38-55% rule. So these are the benefits of communication. So communication has to do nothing with English language alone. Please kindly note this. Proficiency of English is very important to meet the global challenges. So that's why only the training, you're all undergoing 6-day training program, irrespective of the discipline that we belong to. So here are simple principles that one has to follow to be effective communicators. Number one, completeness. Can anybody read out these words properly? Completeness.
Completeness.
Concreteness means what? What does it mean by concreteness?
Concrete means putting the actual essence of the message in a simple manner.
Simple way. So what is this here? KISS stands for? Very good.
Yes.
Excellent. Keep it simple and short. Okay. Consideration and then clarity. You have to have courtesy. When you are communicating with others, try to inculcate using the vocabulary right. Say, please, thank you, excuse me, pardon, all these things are very useful. Then conciseness means don't let your presentation have some repetitions. And the last one is correctness. See, correctness comes at the end only. Who is correct? What is correct? Director is correct or director is correct? How to pronounce that word? D-I-R-E-C-T-O-R-T. Is it director or director? He is the managing director of the company. Is it director or director? Director. But many of us pronounce the word as director, right? Am I right? Then how a few of you got it as director? So that's what already I told you. Received pronunciation. In the very beginning of learning itself, if you focus more on grammar, syntax and everything and the pronunciation, definitely it could be very tough for us to pick up fluency of the language. Okay, so don't focus more, try to pick up fluency. Then you can shift your concentration to accuracy. So this is what my what I can tell you. It's not an advice or something else. This is the principle that we can follow, I think, for better result in a short span of time. Okay, anyhow, these are all very important. And here, 1 minute time will be given. Do anybody know the story of 3 fishes? Among the 1,000+ participants, do anybody know the story of 3 fishes? From Panchatantra. May I expect any one of the NRCs who have not yet participated to come up with your answer?
Yes.
Yes. Who would like to? Do you know the story of 3 fishes, sir?
Yes, there was a pond in which 3 fishes were present.
Okay.
And probably it was the summer. So all one farmer wanted to just transfer the water from one place to other place, therefore he take another small well just beside that. And then as these 3 fishes start discussing, what do we do? It's better to go just to the other side because the soil will get dry.
Okay.
Okay, so it goes along the water so that it gets safe. The second one is in some other manner, and third one just what does nothing, it remains hiding so that it got perished. That's the one.
Okay. So what is the moral of the story, sir? NRC Kakinada, I think. What is the moral of the story? How to be and how not to be among the 3 fishes?
That's possible. Some of the techniques should be adopted so that they.
Very good. Okay. It could be very fine. And we can promise a kind of success to all of us if we are proactive like the first fish. Who sent, right? Then reactive, and in the sense they are intelligent, but they respond when the time comes. But there is the third fish which is very lazy. And because of the laziness, it is going to miss everything in the life. So likewise, in our society, in our surroundings, or at our workplace, we come across different types of people like this. Some may be passive, even among the students also. Some students might be passive, some are reactive, some are proactive. So try to be like proactive, and then okay, the thing is, these reactive people may survive at the last minute, but if we were passive, definitely we never survive. We'll perish. So that's why proactive attitude we have to inculcate if we want to grow in life. So why this? In the sense, these are interpersonal skills. Interpersonal skills. If you do friendship with all passive people, definitely we lose a kind of encouragement to our lives. That means we'll be disappointed at each and every task. Don't be that. So try to be very proactive and try to move with the proactive people who take every challenge like in a sportive fashion. Then coming to interpersonal skills, these are very important. What are interpersonal skills? Interpersonal skills are nothing but the skills that we need to manage the people. Interpersonal. So here are the two who are participating in the conversation, myself and a good number of participants on the other side. So what all we need is, for this online platform, we need certain interpersonal skills. So to a maximum extent, we are making or we are trying our level best to use them. But coming to interpersonal skills, these are all the interpersonal skills only, sir. Communication, non-verbal, verbal, listening skills, emotional intelligence, all these things. So positive attitude is another important aspect that every one of us should have. See, if you look at the glass, how many of you could see the empty space? As soon as you had a glance at the glass, how many of you noticed the empty space? A few of us might have noticed the empty space. A few of us might have noticed the filled in space. Those whose focus was on filled in space, they are positive thinkers. But whereas those who focus on the empty space, they are the negative thinkers. So don't focus on what we are missing in life. Focus on what we have and try to be competitive enough to secure or to possess whatever that we wish to have to our life to lead a quality life. So attitude can be your best friend or your worst enemy. If you do friendship with positive attitude, it will be your best friend. If you do friendship with your negative attitude, it is going to be your worst enemy. So just think and act. So here are best example. If you are positive in your actions, these are the results, sir. If you are optimistic, success is yours. Suppose many of my friends are responding back to the speaker whenever there are some questions. So can I say that they are all highly enthusiastic? Can I say that they are all enthusiastic people?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's why only, what is the reward that they have got? What is the reward that they got? They got elevated.
Elevated.
Yes, they got elevated. If you are cheerful, definitely you will be. Yes. So all these things, don't do friendship with your negative personality traits. Always think positive and act positive. So follow the principle of fresh if you want to be positive or if you want to develop positive attitude. When we are happy, we feel everything positive. When we are in a disturbed mood, everything we feel in a negative way. So just follow the principle of fresh. Are you all fresh? Are you all fresh?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
fresh. If you want to be fresh, if you want to be positive, just keep a watch on your finances first. Second one is relationships, and keep a watch on your environment and try to inculcate certain spirituality. And the last one is health, good health, maintain good health. So if you follow this principle of fresh, you will be always positive and your positive energy will be transferred to many. So keep afresh. Then next, coming to which is the big line here? I'll conclude my session in 5 minutes, sir. What is this? Perception. Which line is very big? First one, second one, or third one?
All are same.
All are same. There is no variation. Now let us see. What could you see in the first picture? Can one after the other respond? What could you see in the first picture?
Two faces.
Two faces.
Yeah.
Any other answer?
Yeah, something
Ah.
jar or something, a bowl, something like that.
Oh, very good. Now, is NRC Tadepalligudem correct or NRC
Apart
SRR
from
correct? Pardon?
Flower vase.
Flower vase. Okay, flower vase. Very good. So now my question is Tadepalligudem correct or NRC SRR correct? Can any other NRC
Ma'am,
judge this
it
problem?
is a two-phase.
Phases. Why other friend have seen ways means this is called perception. Same thing looks different for different people. Who is correct then? No one is absolutely correct. See here, we have to maintain win-win relationships. I'm okay, you're also okay. Don't think that I'm okay, you're not okay. What is the principle we have to follow? I'm okay.
You're okay. You're also okay.
You're also okay. What is that? You're also
okay.
Okay, that is what confidence. That is what confidence. If I say I'm okay, you are not okay, what does it mean? It is superiority complex. I'm not okay, but you're always okay. What do you mean by that?
Inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex. So don't go for any other complex other than win-win relationship. I'm okay. You're also
okay.
Okay. Both at home as well as office, so that you can be blessed with a happy and cheerful life. So coming to the last one, here is a problem to you. Can anybody solve this problem? Have you ever come across this kind of problem? What is this, madam? Nine dots. What is the problem there? Your problem is join these 9 dots in 4 strokes without lifting the pen and without overwriting. Can anybody try? I'm sure that not 1 minute, even half an hour is also not sufficient to solve this problem. Problem seems to be so simple, but I don't think so. But there might be a brilliant, otherwise, very intelligent participant also. An effective problem solver. Is there anybody who got answer to this? All the 9 dots must be joined in 4 strokes without overwriting, without lifting the pen. Okay, keep trying. Let me move on.
Madam?
I think ma'am is not audible. Just wait for a few minutes. Ma'am, Dr. Pankaja ma'am. Meanwhile, small announcements to program coordinators. Till now, we have received only 2 list of participants from NRCs. Only one. Only one we have received. So remaining 17 NRCs has to send a list of participants by tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Otherwise, we can't generate certificates. Please note this point. To the participants also, when you are filling, please check the details. Especially email address, you have to check properly. Pankaja ma'am? Another important announcement to participants, tomorrow evening by 4 to 4:30 we have assessment, final assessment. So please be prepared for assessment. Tomorrow evening 4 to 4:30 we will be having assessment. We will share the assessment form. If you are filling daily feedback form, it will be easy for you.
Hello, ma'am. Shalija, ma'am.
Sir, Chapman, please.
Madam, actually, the assessment will be in the last day or tomorrow?
Tomorrow only, sir. Tomorrow 4 to 4:30.
Tomorrow 4:30. Okay, madam. It is been preponed.
Yes, sir. Preponed.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, we need some time to generate certificates. That's why we preponed the assessment. That's why we preponed the assessment, sir. You may be having doubt why we preponed like that. That's why I told you. Pankaja ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, just now, madam.
Please conclude the session, ma'am. Please.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry for the trouble due to network issue. So finally, what I'd like to hear is one thing for you. I already posed a question, at this time of, when it is so demanding to take a right decision, which type of decisions that we take, that also matters. So now stress is also another important factor that all of us would have to have control on, because without managing the stress, one cannot be happy and one cannot let others be happy. So that's also very important. Then how to manage the stress? See, stress itself is not bad. There are two types of stress: eustress and distress. Eustress is positive, distress is negative. Eustress is something like, violin strings which are optimally tight. See, if you want to play a good music, if you want to be good, definitely here is, I'm sorry, due to some disturbance. Suppose, for example, if you take a violin strings, while if you want to play a violin, but the strings are very loose, you cannot produce a good music. If violin strings are tight, one cannot get good music. But your violin strings are optimally tight, then you can get a melodious music. So that means what? Completely, if you're stress free, you're going to miss the essence of life. We need a little bit of stress to have progress in everything. Just for example, like a night out by a student to write the examination well the very next day. So night out, undergoing night out is a stress, no doubt in that. But he is going to have a positive result out of that. So that is eustress. But there will be some kind of people who pile up everything without doing it on time. So when we pile up everything without doing on time, definitely at one fine day we are going to have distress. So all these things, when we find it complex, to solve any issue, definitely we'll undergo distress. So that is very important. So stress itself is bad, not bad. Take it for granted. So optimal stress is very important to be successful in life also. So here time is also very important because time and tide wait for none. If you lose a minute, definitely it's lost forever only. If you want to know the value of time, just assume a biscuit that is dipped in a hot tea. See, you should be very conscious when you dip a biscuit in a hot tea if you want to enjoy the flavor. See, once you dip in the once the biscuit is dipped in a tea, because as it is going to be a tea time for you, but if you involve yourself in gossip with others, definitely you're going to miss the flavor. So that's why time is very important, and emotional intelligence is also very important. Emotional intelligence will teach us on how to respond or how to react. So IQ, EQ, and SQ. It is not your IQ, but it is your SQ, EQ that make you stand out in the society. Then these are all the very important thing. And teamwork also very matters for the success of an individual as well as an organization. And if you want to learn more about teamwork, it's better that you can follow the story on V formation of the geese. So nature teaches us many things, and the best example for teamwork is the geese, and why they fly in V formation. So there are several lessons that we can learn from this. And as we are running short of time, and as it is time, I would like to conclude it by telling, see, improving or proficiency of English language has been started with an objective or with a purpose. So the thing is, unless until we all involve, we all come together. So this is what the quote I can. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Let us all taste the flavor of success as far as this proficiency of English language is concerned by working as team. Then who has to change first? So we always expect others to change, but instead, if we feel that why don't we change, and if if you start changing yourself, then the success you can find it. You can find the success. Here is a small lesson, otherwise a small wordings about the change and its need. It was written by one monk in 1100 BC. When I was a young man, I wanted to change the world. I found it was difficult to change the world, so I tried to change my nation. When I found I could not change my nation, I began to focus on my town. I could not change the town, and as an older man, I tried to change my family. And even that also failed. I tried changing myself so that I can promise change in everywhere. So this is what the best principle. Before expecting change in others, let us change ourselves. Let us take the initiative. Let change begin from ourselves. So this is very important. And follow the principle of AIDA whenever you want to promise success in a classroom, otherwise any task that you take up. So AIDA is nothing but attention, interest, desire, and action. It's a management principle to have or to embrace success. Attention, interest, desire, and action. So create attention, drag the attention, create interest so that it will promise desire, and finally everybody will get into action. Wish you all the best, my dear friends. Anything can be achieved through good communication, and in the communication, the very important aspects are your eyes and your smile. So never lose a smile on your face, because a smile opens the gateway of communication. There will be a gate in between person to person. That gate will be opened through a smile and your good eye contact. So this is what very important. Eyes and smile are the gateways of communication. When you smile, things seems to smile back. Even enemies will become our friends also with your good smile. Smile and smile. When you smile, there will be miles and miles of smiles. Life is worth while you smile. Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity. I especially thank the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education for the opportunity that they have given. And there are many to mention. NRC Tadepalligudam, Krishna sir, and then Radhika from Vijayawada, NRC Kakinada, best storyteller. And you know, there are many participants who rocked like anything whenever I gave them a task, because once we involve in the listening process, we all become children. we'd like to be very enthusiastic. A good listener will be always be enthusiastic. So that enthusiasm will generate, otherwise will initiate us or will probe us for participation. So that's very important. So all of you, as far as soft skills are concerned, please keep one thing in your mind. It is not our aptitude, but it is our attitude that decides the altitude. So aptitude, attitude, altitude. So if we want to reach great heights in life, rather than our subject knowledge, our behavior matters. Our personality traits matters. Those are all comes under attitude. Soft skills are nothing but attitudinal traits. Wish you all good luck, and thank you so much, sir. All the best for all of you. Thank you.
Madam, 9 dot puzzle ki solution చెప్పలేదు.
9 dot. You want solution? Is there anybody who is ready with that? Can you show it?
Already we solved, but we have to see your solution for that.
Okay, then I'll show you that. I'll show you. I don't know. So how did you get it? Please kindly let me know. Without overwriting, is there any trick or logic you followed in solving the problem?
Just we thought that it may be right. That's all, ma'am.
Okay. No, any logic, any logic. Okay, fine. Let me show you the answer. Because in the previous batch also I didn't show. But as you have asked me personally, I'm just showing it. This is the answer.
Madam,
This is the answer. This is the answer. Is there anybody who tried like this? See, the thing is, it is not possible to join these 9 dots in 4 strokes without overwriting and without lifting the pen. The only solution to this is thinking beyond, going beyond. When you want to solve a problem, don't go with the limitations. Don't ever restrict yourself to the limitations. Think beyond and go beyond so that you will find a solution. So what is going beyond here? You have gone beyond the dots, right? So always do remember, God never gives us problems without solutions. NRC Srikakulam, did you do that? Did you solve the problem?
We already drawn, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
madam, we already
fantastic
drawn it.
anyhow. Very good, very good. Very good. This is the answer.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Another important thing, don't ever compare yourself with others, sir. Be competitive. If you compare indirectly, you're insulting yourself. Don't compare. So that no ego, no jealousy. We feel like learning more and we do like doing more. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, ma'am,
Sailaja
for
madam.
your
Thank you.
effective and very interactive session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As you said, we should work together to implement English medium of instruction.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Is there any queries from any NRC? If no, I request NRC Tadepalligudem to propose vote of thanks for this session. NRC Tadepalligudem?
Yeah. So I take this opportunity to say both of thanks to madam. So from the bottom of my heart, I'm saying these words, madam. You are a sensible lecturer because we started the post lunch session with an activity because all of us will be in a steady mode. We started a session with some activities, and then you took off with a very good pattern of. You articulated the whole session very well. Like you unfolded the topic you wanted to say in a linear and sequential way, and we are very much impressed with your presentation. And the thing that I want to say is, we have only 1.5 hours. We should have managed all the issues to be covered within the time that would have been done. So, after all, the session is very informative, impressive, and very refreshing. Thank you very much for the session, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
So let's end the session. NRC program coordinators, please note that please send immediately list of participants. And also reminder to participants, tomorrow we have assessment at 4 p.m. Thank you once again,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So for all the participants, ninnu ellaru kanditil sandosham. Thank you so much. Learn one Malayalam word at the end. Good to
They are
see you
learning
all. Good
different
meeting
languages
you all.
also.
Thank
Along
you.
with
Thank you.
English, they are learning other languages also, ma'am, our participants. Okay, let's end the session.
చేయ మేడం ఒక పెద్ద పజిల్ ఇచ్చారు మేడం.
Yeah.
ఏంటి మేడం?
What's the puzzle?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So that's anyhow. Thank you, ma'am. It was given in a HR interview for the managing to be selected as a HR. I mean, like managing director of a well-reputed company. But he himself took more than 1 hour to solve until he was given a clue that think beyond. He didn't
We
solve the
should
problem.
think beyond.
So it's not an easy task.
Is it right, ma'am?
Yeah, think beyond.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyhow, we should have 10 minutes of break again. By 4 o'clock, master trainers should take the session.
Shall I leave? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Have a good time to all. Wish you all the best for your proficiency of English.